into open session. We do have a report out from closed session. In closed session, the board unanimously approved a settlement agreement where, in exchange of the establishment of an education services fund that may be used for specific prospective services, student agrees to waive all claims to date against the district. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we don't have any presentations or recognitions tonight, so we'll go ahead and move on to employee organizations. First, we have ACTA, and I believe it's Mr. Wall. Ms. Jensen is not here tonight.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Greg Wall. I'm the ACTA Vice President and History teacher. Jeannie Jensen is not feeling well, so I thought I could take the next hour or so and extol the virtues of the French Revolution. No, okay, fine. But seriously, thank you, school board, for providing your time with this extra board meeting. We appreciate your willingness to serve in this manner. ACTA would like to walk a fine line of both acknowledging positive steps in settling our healthcare and salary negotiations, while also pointing out that the problematic territory of fiscal concerns, healthcare costs, and teacher support warrant special attention. Good steps were taken, but that doesn't mean we are out of danger zones. On the one hand, we are appreciative of the district negotiating team demonstrating openness and collegiality. For example, Robert Norton sat down with us to review budgetary numbers and was also patient with us, particularly me, when our brains tried to break down the math. I'm personally thankful that there are no Excel spreadsheets in world history. A counterpoint stands out with the state mandate to ensure a minimum of 55% of its current expense of education on the salaries and budgets of both teachers and instructional aides. There is an agenda item regarding a waiver of that requirement because it was not met with last year's budget. ACTA understands that this regulation includes all sorts of complexities and caveats. Not all money spent to support salaries and benefits could be included in this calculation, and so this isn't a clear-cut black and white issue. We do point out, though, that the failure to reach this minimum has occurred for the majority of the last decade. We have obtained the superintendent's affirmation that resolving this problem is and needs to remain a priority. Please help amplify our voice in your oversight of the district by regularly inquiring about the progress towards appropriate spending. The same could be said about the ratio of administrators to teachers, since a failure to uphold that standard resulted in fines over the past 2 years. Please help amplify our voice in your oversight of the district. Another matter that is significant for ACTA is the matter of the Me Too clause. We are able to receive clarification that previous superintendents included that rule into their own contracts, and it had been part of a previous edition of a SEEK contract. But there isn't any current application of this clause. We are thankful that this is not a matter of concern. And lastly, we need to recognize the financial burdens that many teachers still face. In particular, the families and employees plus one, with the premiums coming in just 2 days. All of our hearts go out to all who are dealing with a CalPERS plan that is so expensive that the district's allowance still makes the monthly cost a huge percentage of their paychecks. This has been and will continue to be a very difficult burden that is both financial and emotional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have CSEA with Mr. Baird.
Hello, board, Mr. Critchfield and cabinet.
Yeah, so we came to terms, right? You guys are gonna vote on it tonight. Like I said last time, we came to an agreement. There's still work to do. But I do want to thank the other side. They really helped us come to a place where we can make progress. Obviously, we've been way behind historically, so seeing the district step up and offer something that can help over a long term, and with retirement and everything, it was positive, and so we're very appreciative. I know that there are still quite a few that are not happy with the decisions we made, but as a union, as our bargaining unit, we chose to do what's best for the whole group and not just certain individuals. And I think that approach needs to be taken with the district, because there are going to be a lot of people that certain things you guys vote on or decide on may hurt some people, but in the big picture and in the future growth of this district, we need to keep the long term at the front of mind. Like a lot of people in our unit wanted to trade the next 24 months for people's entire career. And I said, we're going to retire here. That's the goal, right? We're all here for a career to retire, so we need to keep that in mind long term. Also, I just want to shout out real quick that skiing and snowboarding is going to start up soon, and we need some athletes. So our South 1 division made a deal with Heavenly, and we're going to be doing night skiing at no cost to anybody who's on the team. So get out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to public comments on non-agenda items. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. So we're going to go ahead and get started. The first person we have is Michael Garcia.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. So, good evening, trustees, cabinet members, members of the public. Tonight, I'd like to focus on some of the positive developments in Argonaut Culinary. After 6 board meetings of airing grievances and addressing ongoing challenges, I felt it was time to highlight the accomplishments that have been made this year. For the first time in my tenure, it's only 4 years, so it's not that long, but still, we will have 2 Trillia students graduating this year that will be pathway completers. Lillian La Jolla and Nash Mandala have worked incredibly hard over the past 3 years. They've assisted with event prep, cooked amazing meals with their kitchen groups, and positively impacted their peers with their can-do attitudes and strong work ethic. These students embody the spirit of the Mustang family, and while I'm sad to see them move on at the end of the year, I take pride in knowing that they're prepared. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize my FCCLA officer team and their dedication this year. This year the team is made up of entirely seniors, and so as most of you know, that can be quite busy for them. So we have Quinn Dover, who is our president, Georgie Calisteni, who is our vice president and secretary, Thomas Denny, who is the VP of membership, David Lakin-Noss, who is the VP of competitive events. I just want to say they do use these titles really weird. Everybody's a vice president, but they all have their own roles. Regardless, Piper Walupi is our treasurer, and J.C. Bell is the VP of Public Relations. To highlight a couple of them, Quinn is not only the chapter president, but she is the Region 4 VP of membership for 14 schools in Region 4, while being the president of the Latinx Club. And her leadership has been key to the remarkable increase in membership from 28 active members last year to just at 60 this year. These students work tirelessly to ensure the success of our club fairs, baking shows, whatever we're doing in the kitchen. My officer team is doing an amazing job of just being there in their spare time, and so I really appreciate that. We even got a lobster costume donated from the casino when they gave us all sorts of stuff, and so one of the kids adopted it. It's Lenny the lobster, and so this kid will run around school in a full lobster costume handing out treats to try to get kids to sign up. It's awesome. I wouldn't do it. The fan doesn't work, so no thank you. Anyways, looking ahead. So finally, I'd like to address something personal. So I've made plenty of statements about I'm not coming back. I'm making $2,800 a month starting Friday. But you know what? I have also made statements, and I'm a man of my word, and I've told these kids that I will be there. And so if you'll have me, I'll be back. Whether it's to complain some more or, to keep doing some great stuff. If you'll have me, I'll be here. Hopefully that will mean that the kids still want to be in the culinary program, and so that you guys can buy my prep so that I can at least make $2,800 a month. So thank you. I know it's tough. I'm really rude sometimes, but I appreciate all of you, and yeah, take it as it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Okay. Next up, we have Patricia and Gia.
Good evening, everyone. So I just wanted to follow up on the, promises made at our last board meeting on the 8th. So we were promised to have a comparison of cost savings between consolidation and status quo, but we only see that with staffing when we get to that agenda item. We were also promised enrollment figures, but we only have the ones for high school and junior high. We were promised costs of combining the athletic programs, busing costs. Looked at it, we just have rebranding costs. It was asked how many positions can consolidation afford. We just have a slide of the amount of staffing reductions. And then also overall asking, we want to see the EIR. And looking at the board report, it's not even done. And I'm wondering where the money went for that. I think it was nearly $2 million we spent for that. And it doesn't look like we're even gonna get it. So I'm kind of flabbergasted as to why the district staff has repeatedly not fulfilled requests of not just the community members, but of board members specifically, especially when they have been promised to do so. Another request was that the warrant should be categorized and denoted with how often they're paid, for instance, monthly, quarterly, annually, and on this board report, still not categorized. Curious questions, has the district looked into potential cost savings with using an HR consultant rather than our current HR staffing as suggested by Frank Vargas at the October 8th board meeting? I personally have still not gotten anything back from Lozano Smith, our very pricey lawyers. They never responded to my clarified request sent on September 12th, which is after, I think there's a 30-day period where they have to say they cannot provide the information or they have to provide it. Another question is the board looking into continued employment of Dr. Palazuelos, given the information presented at previous meetings, those being newspaper articles that would have been available during his initial hiring? Another question is, has the board consulted any of our very pricey lawyers regarding being able to amend district office admin staff contracts when faced with unprecedented financial distress? I believe there should be some ability to do so when there are extenuating circumstances, as those we have found ourselves in. It looks like we're able to get us out of the COP contract, so they might be able to help assist with adjusting administration contracts. And lastly, something I was told that is kind of disturbing is that school site admin are not supposed to attend board meetings and are also not allowed to wear black to show solidarity with teachers. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Next up, we have Allie Golden.
Hi, everyone. Dear President Parker, board members, Superintendent Critchfield, and cabinet members, my name is Allie Golden, and I am a teacher at Jackson Elementary School. Standing with me are my colleagues, and we at Jackson Elementary are deeply saddened by the recent resignation of our principal. While we respect Mrs. Ramos's decision, it's important to not acknowledge the underlying causes that have led to her departure. From our lived experiences, the primary culprit has been a persistent lack of meaningful support to reduce the workload so that it is doable. Over time, more and more responsibilities have been added to our site without the necessary resources or staffing to sustain them. Jackson Elementary currently serves over 480 students, including an extensive needs support classroom, an unfilled RTI position, and a large number of new teachers who require mentorship and guidance. In addition, our site has over 80 total active IEPs. Our principal is also responsible for evaluating 22 teachers and 30 classified staff. These demands, alongside daily operations, student behavior support, family communications, and the myriad of other duties that continue to be added onto site administrators' plates, create a workload that is simply unmanageable for a single administrator. The reality is that no principal can adequately meet the needs or all the demands under such conditions, and the result is predictable: burnout, frustration, and ultimately the departure of another leader from our district, and this should concern us all. Several staff members have expressed these systemic concerns to district leadership, and one of our staff members spoke at a board meeting in the spring of 2025. Most recently, we sent a letter 8 days ago outlining our concerns and identifying several specific areas where we feel additional support is needed. So far, we have received no follow-up from the district leadership or the board to the letter we have sent. We urge the district to take an honest look at the systemic issues that continue to overextend our site leaders and to consider immediate steps to ensure that future administrators are not set up to fail. Jackson Elementary deserves a leader who can focus on building relationships, fostering a positive culture, and supporting effective teaching and learning, not one buried under an impossible workload. An interim principal was recently appointed to fill the gap created by Mrs. Ramos's resignation. And what conditions have changed to make this position more doable to avoid future burnout? I know asking for additional admin support sounds like a contradiction, as the DO and board are often criticized for having too many administrators. But to be clear, what we need is less admin at the district level and more at the school sites. We look forward to a response to our letter and response to our outlined concerns. We hope to hear some practical and realistic solutions from district leadership. We welcome the opportunity for dialogue with Mr. Critchfield or other district leaders on this important issue. Thank you for listening to our concerns.
Okay, next we have Diane Bennett. Numbers and surplus.
Okay. Good evening, Diane Bennett, private citizen speaking on a public matter. I haven't been to as many board meetings recently, but that doesn't mean I haven't been online. And I have heard this board ask multiple times for the numbers and the numbers to be broken down. And just like someone else said, those numbers still aren't being broken down. I can tell you in 1991 and 1992, Mrs. Pichani's accounting class would have figured out how to break down the numbers. We knew that we had assets on one side and liabilities on another, and you had a bottom line, and you also needed to have reserves. I'm not sure why you guys are not getting the numbers from your employee or from his employees. That needs to be remedied. The board is the employer of the superintendent, and you can give guidance and keep requesting those numbers that you guys have asked for and that you deserve. Because how can you honestly make a wise decision with faulty numbers or partial numbers? That's like somebody telling me, I'm gonna build you a house for $200,000. Oops, Diane, concrete cost more. Oh, we overran on our 2x4s. Oh, you want finishing done? And you want a roof on that too? How can you guys even think about any sort of consolidation when millions have already been spent and you don't have a final EIR draft? And I know I've got more of that later on for consolidation topics. Why tonight are the numbers going to be given by our superintendent instead of Robert Norton, our Director of Fiscal Services? And is he or is he not interim? the stuff on the website kind of makes us wonder that. And when I say us, there's many of us asking online. How much do the numbers count for our kids? What number are you putting on our kids? Whether it be not having what's adequate at each of the schools now, or whether it be consolidation, what numbers are you willing to put on their safety, on their education? This is about numbers. And until you have full numbers, instead of something that might be, oh, oops, we didn't budget that. Oh, oops, it overran. You can't make a wise decision.
Diane, you're next for sports.
This has more numbers to it. Once again, Diane Bennett, private citizen, public matter. Sports, when we get around to this, we've seen our second season, I believe now, in the Sac Valley League. Is this our first year or second year in Sac Valley League? Second, okay. We've done pretty good. I've been at a couple football games of Amador's. I definitely plan to be on the 100+ years of tradition game this coming Friday night. Amador versus Argonaut at Argonaut. I have friends that are being inducted into the Hall of Fame that night. I can't wait for an amazing game. But is this our last one? Is this the last of our rivalries? And when it comes to that, how are we going to pick our coaching staff? Are we going to lean towards Amador? Are we going to lean towards Argonaut? Are we going to blend them? How are we going to pick those coaches? I know there's a lot of coaches that have put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and many, many years in, and all of a sudden, oh, somebody's not rubbing somebody's elbows quite well enough. What about those kids that are now your second and third string and they aren't getting that time and they're riding the bench? Those kids that the sports are what keeps them there. How about FFA? You only have one leadership team now instead of two. You'll only have one valedictorian, one salutatorian, one top 10. You'll only have one drama lead, or maybe two, one male, one female, or one that's non-binary. The teams, the extracurricular, they are so important to kids here. What about the kids that are bullied so badly that they have to change schools? Oh, where are we going to go to now? I've seen it happen, one of my bonus daughters. Those are things, and when we come to numbers, and we come to sports, and we start thinking about all this, and there's not going to be any layoffs, well, the only slide that shows money is those people that are maybe going to get a pink slip, or they voluntarily leave in lieu of a pink slip and a non-reelect. Sports, ball's in your court.
Okay. Next, we have Tom Payton.
Allowing me to speak. My name is Tom Payton, and I wanted to address a comment made by Mr. Crow at the last meeting regarding families who left early and those who were on their phones. I know the topic was coming up about special education. I know that's very near and dear to your heart, but it's also near and dear to my heart and to all those that are behind me and those at home watching. Many of those families that did leave have young children. They're juggling dinner, sports practices, bedtime routines. Leaving early doesn't mean they're disinterested. It means they're trying to balance their family responsibilities while still showing up to participate. I also want to thank Mr. Marzano for recognizing that reality and speaking up for our young families. I'd like to point out that the board agenda is only available online, so when you see people looking at their phones, it may not be because they're distracted. They might actually be following along. Comments like those made last time came across as out of touch with families you represent. I hope moving forward, we can create an environment that assumes good intentions and respects the efforts our families make to stay involved. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Leland.
Hello, my name's Leland. I went to Jackson High School about 50 years ago. At the high school, we had way too many teachers back then, and a lot of the bus drivers, 4 years I've been there, I've never known bus driver teacher call up sick day when I was in high school. And we had, I appreciate one more thing, if school board can find some way to bring back push-up, up for the kids something to do when they get out class and that, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we're gonna go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Do we have any questions or comments? We'll go down the line. Claire, any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, Peter?
On the warrants, if we could please, just for my own understanding, it's on the first page dated October 3rd, item 600799966, a little over $6,000 to the Ford Motor Credit Company. Was that the penalty for returning the vans, or is that something else?
That's something else. We are in a finance agreement on maintenance trucks that was started back in 2023. This is our annual finance payment for that those two trucks.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Kayla.
Okay, Ken?
I have no questions.
Okay, Shane?
Just what we talked about last board meeting. Well, I guess, is there any progress on revising the warrant document just to make it a little bit easier to keep track of what goes where? I know it's a big lift, but just checking.
Yeah, we are still working on that.
Okay, thank you.
James?
I see the overnight field trip request for the Argonaut High School girls cheerleaders. Wish them good luck on their comp this Saturday to possibly utilize that field trip request.
Okay. All right, any other further questions or comments?
I do have one question.
Sure.
Regarding Mr. Crow's comment, you're working on revising how the warrants are presented to us. Can you tell me when we can expect that?
If not by the next one, I would imagine we'd have it by December. The next one's only a couple weeks away, so we're still working on it, but by December, I can imagine we would.
All right, thank
It's
you.
tricky because the report we have now is literally a standard report that's base run. Then modifying it, it just takes a little extra time, but we're working on something.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or comments before we look for a motion?
Does the modification have to be done by a human, or is it through the software?
Probably the human, but we're going to see what we can do.
Okay. We would just need a motion for consent.
I motion approved item 12, the consent agenda.
Okay, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 13, communications. CDE letter, review of 25-26 proposed collective bargaining agreements for ACOE and ACUSD.
Yeah, and this is not a presentation, just an included communication, given the nature of multiple action items on tonight's agenda regarding labor agreements and our financial status. We had to allow CDE 10 days to review and comment on that, and so that letter is included here in the agenda. They do concur with the action we're taking, but they obviously have multiple cautions on how we move forward financially with our current status. So again, that's there for anyone's review.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments on the communication?
I do appreciate receiving this, Mr. Critchfield. It is helpful in understanding both process and, of course, their viewpoint. I appreciate the level of detail in the letter. I strongly recommend that anybody who hasn't read it does take a look at that item under Communications 13.1. My only question is, because I didn't see it if it was there, does this have any connection whatsoever to the item? I'm I'm sorry, I'm missing the number. The item that is referring to the request for waiver regarding not meeting the teacher ratio, whatever, since that's also kind of a CDE thing. Is there any connection at all to that, or totally separate?
No connection to that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Ken, any questions?
None.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, so this was just communication, so we don't need to vote on it. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 14, or action items. 14.1, adoption of resolution 2526-7, directing the defeasance of the 2024 certificates of participation, approving a supplemental agreement to trust agreement and an escrow agreement, and authorizing and directing related actions with Mr. Critchfield, Mr. Green, and Mr. Maruccia. But I do have a comment before we get to our presentation. Patricia and Jihad.
Hello, board members. Patricia and Gija. I had submitted a comment card for 12.2A, the warrants. Not sure if that got mixed in the shuffle, but for 14.1, I'm thinking it might be good to have the presentation of the agenda items before public comment, just so that the public can fully understand the items before commenting, since the agenda doesn't go into as much detail as discussion does. From my understanding, the district is looking to pay back the COP funds in full. I would just ask if there's any penalty, any prepayment penalty, and if so, how much would it cost the district? And then going forward, how does the district plan to pay for consolidation construction for Jackson Junior High to accommodate preschool, or not Jackson, Ione Junior High to accommodate preschool, TK, and kindergarten students? If Ione Elementary School site will be kept, then how will that be any benefit with consolidation? I'll go more into detail on the consolidation item, but mostly just looking at this from a fiscal standpoint of, if we can just pay back the funds if there's any sort of penalty. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're ready for you.
Okay, so tonight we have Shin Green from East Shore Consulting, who is one of our financial advisors, and then we have Dan Maruccia from Lozano Smith, who is our counsel on this item. We talked about the COP a lot, and that certificate of participation that the board approved back in 2024. I'm going to let them get into the technicalities. I'm just going to give my understanding of what we're doing tonight and my recommendation, and then I'll turn time over to them to explain the details. This is obviously a complex matter in nature. Essentially, the recommendation that I'm bringing forward tonight is that we do send it back. Mr. Green will address any potential costs that go with that, and both of them will get into the details of the mechanics of what that looks like. If the board approves this, the overall method of this would essentially be utilizing an escrow account and being able to put the funds back in an escrow account that would repay the investors over time and keep those investors' investment whole, while, if approved tonight, creating the mechanism to absolve the district of any and all responsibilities moving forward once that money is put into the escrow account. I would not be bringing this forward without recommending that this is what we need to do. And so I normally wait to say the recommendation at the end, but I'm just saying this out at the front, that given all of our financial obligations, consolidation or not, understanding the potential payments of well over $1 million a year on this loan, I do not believe it's financially viable for our district to continue with this loan. And so this is the method to be able to, in my terms, send it back. Which is not the official term. But again, that's my recommendation. I'll turn the time over to both of them to explain the technical aspects of this item.
Good evening, Shin Green of East Shore Consulting. In 2023, we, after an unsuccessful general obligation bond election, began examining alternate ways to fund a potential consolidation and improvement of school sites. And throughout 2023, we discussed various methodologies to do that, ultimately landing on the concept of issuing a certificate of participation, or a COP. The COP essentially is a lease financing where you set up an arrangement to lease one of your properties back from yourself. to facilitate a revenue stream through lease payments, which in turn are then securitized to issue public debt. That public debt allows you to have funding up front to do projects on day one, and you repay that debt over a period of time. The debt was issued as tax-exempt certificates of participation because the projects were public projects that benefit the public as a whole. And so the interest rates associated with those were a bit lower than they would normally be for a taxable borrowing, similar to a mortgage or something like that. You have a reduction because of the lack of taxation of the interest that is received by investors on those COPs, allowing you to have a lower cost of borrowing. And so, based upon analyses that we were looking at in 2023, looking at the potential savings from the consolidation as envisioned and approved by the board at that time, we were under the impression that there would be approximately $1.5 million of available funding each year, which could support a repayment of such debt to allow you to facilitate that consolidation at that time. Rough market patch at the end of 2023, and so we ended up issuing these COPs at the very, very start of 2024, actually the first trading day of 2024, January 4th. They were issued as a tax-exempt, again, COP with a 20-year term and an average repayment of about $1.3 million per year, with a one-year period of prepaid interest to allow the construction to be completed and the project to be brought to fruition to allow those savings to matriculate from the anticipated consolidation. Fast forwarding through the series of 2024, there were some changes to the plan, some delays, and ultimately the district decided to go a different route. We did kind of hold off, and this board did approve a resolution about 4 months ago, give or take, to transfer some of those proceeds from the project fund to the lease payment fund to facilitate payment of principal that came due on 8/1 of 2025. Beyond that, that payment of principal came from the proceeds of the COP issuance. So the principal came from the proceeds of the district. The interest on that we facilitated through the transfer of proceeds of the COP to the lease payment fund, which allowed for that to be paid essentially by the COP itself. So thus far, the district has made one principal-only payment, with one interest payment satisfied by a transfer which this board approved, and 2 interest payments satisfied by funds we originally set aside for that purpose. Understanding today that there will not be a project going forward which requires these resources, we are in a position where we will be looking to collapse or repay or give back that COP. Our technical term for that will be defeasance. And essentially what we will be doing is we will be taking the proceeds of the COP, which have been invested this entire time, actually at rates which exceed the COP borrowing rate fortuitously. And we will take those proceeds that remain in the project fund, in the reserve fund for the COP, and any funds that are in the lease payment fund, and place them into an escrow that is irrevocable. Once we do this, the funds will be gone, and they will be applied only for the purpose of repayment of the COP. The COP repayment will continue for a period of years through 2033, at which time it can be fully repaid, principal amount, no additional interest. So we're going to pay principal and interest between now and 8/1 of 2033 and on 8/1 of 2033. The remaining balance in the escrow fund will be applied to fully repay those COPs. We typically have these lockout periods where you cannot fully repay a tax-exempt obligation. It's designed to allow investors to know that they'll have a period of time for which they will receive the return which they invested in. And one of the fundamental things that we look at when we're dealing with tax-exempt publicly offered securities, which are governed by the SEC rules and other similar federal finance rules, is making sure that we maintain the safety and the credit quality for the investors. That is a hard stop thing that we cannot violate. And so we are obligated to pay them their interest and the principal through that redemption date, and that redemption date is the agreed upon date at which the investor can first be fully repaid with no additional interest accruing after that date. So, I know that's a lot being said, but essentially at this point in time, we are taking all the remaining funds of the COP, placing them into an escrow. That escrow will be invested, it will earn interest, and every 6 months it will make a payment on the COP until 8/1 of 2033, at which time it will go away. However, the act of placing those funds by this board's action and subsequent actions to amend the agreements associated with the COP will cause what we call a in substance defeasance. And the in substance defeasance essentially means that the obligation looking forward is fully satisfied by the funds on deposit in these bank accounts. And they will be verified by an accountant to make sure that the interest earnings, which are fixed rate interest earnings, there is no question about what we will earn on them, is sufficient to make all of those payments. They will provide a report to that effect. That report will then be reviewed by your legal counsel on this transaction, who will provide an opinion that it is indeed a defeasance. And upon defeasance, the obligation is no longer that of the district. It becomes the obligation of the escrow account itself. So that removes that COP from your books, removes any obligation to make additional payments in the future, and removes it from your audit and financial reporting as well. That being said, this is fairly rare to do, and you guys are a little bit fortuitous in that that was a really good day, January 4th, started the year in 2024. We were actually at the lows of interest rates for that year on that day. And so we were able to borrow at a very low cost. Subsequent to that, we were able to invest those funds at a slightly higher interest rate. And so I am pleased to say that while there will be costs associated with the revision of agreements, the recordation of documents, things of that nature, the establishment of the accounts, those will all be relatively minor amounts, all kind of small five-figure sums at the most. Most of which will be carried with respect to the escrow from the proceeds of the bonds themselves or the COPs themselves. So it will not be an out-of-pocket thing with respect to the establishment of the escrow, just perhaps some of the legal costs and banking costs associated with the establishment of this escrow. And beyond that, there will not, at this time, appears to be a need for an additional contribution to fully fund that escrow. The earnings are sufficient in the funds that we set aside and invested to offset any potential need for any additional funds out of the district. So at this point in time, other than the associated fees for executing this process, should not be anything else coming out of the district's coffer, no additional payments required. And we do believe that this will all be completed sometime in early December, before the end of the year and before the next interest payment becomes due on the COP. So therefore, you have made your last COP payment with the 2025 payment, and should not be any additional payments going forward pursuant to us completing this process. This will all be initiated through a resolution. That resolution will amend some of the base documents that underlie that original COP. And I'll turn it over to Dan at this time to kind of walk you through that resolution and explain how that works with those documents.
Thank you, Shannon. Dan Marocchio, Lozano Smith, serving as your bond counsel and special counsel on the 2024 COPS. The first thing, very comprehensive, thank you, Shen. One thing that I'd like the board to understand clearly is that what the board is doing when adopting the resolution is a measure of self-correction. It is a remedial action that is afforded, the authority for which is afforded under the federal tax code, and it is for this type of situation. Circumstances do change. Here, those circumstances affect a qualified use of the proceeds of the COPS to a non-qualified use of the proceeds of the COPS, which is no use at all. And so the board is ordering an abandonment of the use of the proceeds for the projects that it had approved prior. But since that time, circumstances have changed. The mechanics are fairly simple and pretty well articulated by Shin already. The proceeds upon the amendment to the trust agreement, the form of which is attached as an exhibit to the resolution, and the entering into the escrow agreement that orders and directs the escrow agent, a bank, to make those payments. Also, the form of which is done here, as Shin puts it. The last bit of exposure to the district's general fund has ceased, and it falls into the lap of the escrow agent, the bank. The board's direction and an adoption of the resolution
makes it very clear that what it is doing is a remedial action that is taking a deliberate act to abandon the project for which the COPs were issued in the first place and reallocate them to paying it off and taking it off the board. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has about any legal questions or the mechanics further.
Okay, thank you, guys. We'll just go down the line. Claire, any questions?
Is the $16 million, is that what we, like, got over time, like, through the past 2 years for the project that we have to pay back now?
So essentially, when you issue a bond, you are getting all of the money for a project on an upfront date, and your promise is to repay that borrowed money over time with interest. So you've actually received on the closing date in 2024, January 1st, the full balance of those funds. Those funds were originally allocated. I actually have the original wrap-up presentation here with me. 15 million of those funds were placed into the project fund. 1.3 roughly million were placed into the debt service reserve fund, which is required as a backstop in case there's ever a delinquency on payment. That reserve fund earns interest, as does the project fund, while it's on deposit. 750,000 went to capitalize interest, which prepaid interest for the period which we anticipated to be the construction period of 1 year. And the balance of that was cost of issuance and underwriter cost at roughly 176,000 and 122,000 respectively. So that's how all the money was initially dispersed. What we have left today are the reserve fund, the project fund. We've already used that capitalized interest to pay those payments on an ongoing basis. But what remains in the project and reserve fund will all be put together with the interest earnings thereon into this escrow account, where it will earn additional interest to make a few of those payments over time. And then in about another 8 years, fully repay and retire the entire COP at that date.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter?
That was very comprehensive twice. So thank you for that. That's very, very helpful. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that whatever we have agreed to with this escrow account, that you're telling us the interest rate for that is higher than the interest rate we're paying, and it's going to take care of this.
It is not necessarily higher than, but it will be set to the amount necessary to make the payments. One of the things that I didn't mention earlier is that tax exemption from the federal perspective is a foregoance of their revenue. And so I see it as a benefit. And there are copious laws that have been written over the years which basically preclude you from taking advantage of these circumstances, which we call arbitrage circumstances, where you could earn more than your borrowing cost. Why do these rules exist? There were some abuses long ago. Long ago, some intrepid administrators said, hey, you know, I can borrow tax exempt and I can invest taxable. There's a difference there, and I can earn some positive arbitrage. And so you had people who would make up projects that maybe never were going to happen. I think in this case, we were certain there was a project that was at least approved by the board and we were anticipating to happen. But they would make up a project and, borrow $20 million at, say, 4%, invest it taxable at 5%. There's no tax obligation on a public entity. They would use the difference to help cure budget issues or things of that nature. The Fed said, hey, this tax exemption is not for that purpose. It is strictly for the purpose of bringing public projects at the lowest cost possible for the public benefit, not for fixing budgetary issues. And so we are required, and there's actually one of the heavier steps of this computation-wise is figuring out that exact investment portfolio that on the day that we price it will exactly match the cash flow needed in the future and not leave anything left over which might be considered positive arbitrage.
That does sound very difficult. I'm glad it's your job and not mine.
It is difficult, but we are fortunate again because where rates are today, it's not a heavy lift. In fact, today, if I were to look at things, we could have about a 0.25% reduction in our earning rates and we would still hit the mark. So there's some balancing to do, some non-earning investments that happen to make it all work under federal law. But that's what we call structuring an escrow portfolio, and we have a team working on that right now.
So short version for my brain is Don't worry about those simple numbers of interest rates. Just trust we got this and it's not your problem anymore and we get to send it back.
The entire purpose of this is to make sure that you are relieved from any future obligation for this borrowing.
Perfect. Thank you. I think I've caught up.
First off, fabulous presentation. Thank you. Okay, so no costs to the district moving forward due to what we're going to do with the funds. Do we have any accounting for, besides interest that we've earned over the last year and 10 months, how much this ended up costing the district out of pocket that wasn't covered from that interest?
Understood. The only thing that came from district coffers, as I understand it, is a principal payment. Everything else was paid with proceeds of the COP or the earnings thereon. We did have a previous, and you'll see tonight you have the second amendment to your second supplement to your trust agreement. The previous one was to move some of the project fund to prepay additional interest payment to keep the general fund whole and not use district direct resources, but rather proceeds of the financing. So the only funds that we have seen come out of the district, keeping in mind original issuance costs were all paid from the issuance itself, is that principal payment. And it was not the full principal payment because there was some interest earned in the accounts to defray that. So $489,691.51 paid on 8/1 of 2025 from district proceeds is the only out-of-pocket thus far.
So almost 500,000 out of pocket. And you say there's some fees moving forward in the low 5 digits. Are there 10 of those fees, or there are 2 of those?
There are 3 of them that I foresee happening. One is the verification agent, who is the accountant who does the backup calculations to determine, yes, there's enough in the escrow and the earnings are sufficient, and compares it to the schedule. That is about a $3,000 or $4,000 fee. There is the cost of legal document preparation and things of that nature. And then there is the escrow agent fee for the escrow bank and their attorneys for reviewing this process, and that's probably another $3,000 or $4,000 there. The actual structuring of the escrow securities is part of the cost of purchasing those securities, so that will be part of the escrow costs that will be satisfied from the resources of the COP. So your out-of-pockets will be that one partial principal payment, and then the escrow agent, the verification agent, and legal for crafting the documentation.
And we've already made the partial payment.
Correct.
In August. So it sounds like a $3,000 fee, a $4,000 fee, and a potential, the highest would be is like, so less than 20,000.
I think that's a pretty safe.
I mean, that's a big number, but that's.
It is a big number, but it is, I think, safe to assume that is the crux of what would be remaining. There are some things we'll kick the tires on in terms of if there is any scraping of funds, things that we can do to mitigate some of that. But again, at the end of the day, we're more concerned about the arbitrage thing. If the arbitrage was determined in the future to happen, or had happened, you would have to rebate any excess earnings that you had. So we're trying to triangulate this in such a way that it goes away permanently and there are no future headaches from it.
All right. So thank you both again, and Mr. Critchfield for bringing this forward. I think this is a very good move in the right direction. So thank you.
So when would it be considered that the district is free and clear of this?
We are targeting December the 2nd as the potential defeasance date. There are some market concerns that we have, just we don't want to hit the market on a bad day. But all things being equal, we can have these documents all completed by then, I believe. Your authorization tonight puts us forward with that. I thought about trying to go a week earlier, but it puts us into that Thanksgiving holiday. We just don't have a lot of market participation in that week, and so I didn't want to be bidding securities into an empty market. I'd rather do it in that first week of December, which I think everyone will be back and kind of gets us in between that Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday. So theoretically, it will be sometime December 2nd, if not that first week of December, when we close and kind of put this thing off the books. You'll get a defeasance opinion at that time. That defeasance opinion will be essentially the cherry on top that says this thing is gone.
And Shane, it's a great question on the timeline there. My plan would be, once that's executed, I would email the board, and then we anticipate this will be done prior to our December 10th board meeting. There wouldn't be any sort of like item about it, but in my superintendent's report, I would be able to report out that, we were successful in securing the escrow account and absolving ourselves of the responsibility.
There's one thing about the timing that I'd like to point out. After tonight, if the board adopts the resolution declaring the defeasance, we've got 90 days to defease. In other words, we have 90 days to deposit the monies into escrow irrevocably. Otherwise, we lose our opportunity to take this action. Now, tonight, the resolution is set so that we have all the authority and guidance within parameters established by the resolution to do what we need to do.
Last question. Say, for instance, that something came up where the district said, okay, we need to do some type of project. Is this prevent this completely, I mean, not from these funds, but does that prevent the district from ever doing anything else?
No, absolutely not. It just, we are taking these proceeds off the board, all right? And all of the proceeds, the project fund, the reserve fund, and the lease payment fund are all going to be deposited irrevocably in escrow. That does not restrict the board's ability to make decisions to spend other available funds on any other project.
That's what I was trying to, I took the long way around.
Yes, of course, yes. And it doesn't preclude the board to engage in other financings in the future as well.
Okay, thank you.
James?
I appreciate your hard work, Shin. You said fees will be minor. I felt your explanation to Ken was pretty understanding, but I did hear you say that you're trying to triangulate this thing to where there is no issues, problems, bounce back situations. What's the likelihood of it happening? And you also said that it's a rare circumstance what we're doing. Has it happened before where?
This has been done before. I've been party to at least one of these in the past. I want to say it's probably been 17, 18 years ago. Totally different set of circumstances. The triangulation is more the math of moving markets and investments, and I can't tell you what the investment rate will be today because we're not pricing these securities today. You will give authority for staff to move forward with the process. We'll pick a day to price those securities, and those securities will be priced to get as much as we can, but not more than we need. And the whole idea is to triangulate it so that it's a zero. And as I indicated before, we've got about 0.25% to play with of rates going down further before we would hit a place where we would need any additional funding. So that's a pretty wide spread just within a couple of weeks to see things move. It's been a crazy market. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. So why do I kind of give you this triangulation concept? Because if it moves back a day or 2 days, it might be a slightly different number, and just getting it to match up. Nothing that we don't do on a regular basis. It's just a very dynamic and live process in that morning where we're talking to securities people, we're looking at how much is left, calculating exactly how much is left on that day, and then getting the exact securities to pay that exact amount over time into the future. And structuring that can only be done on that day, because that's the only day we'll know what the actual rates are on that day.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
How much do you know how much our payment would be in February if we were not to pass this?
If you were not to pass this, your February payment is an interest-only payment. And so the amount of that payment would be roughly $369 for interest only in that period. Your payments are such that every 6 months you pay.
Thousand, right? 368,000, right?
Yeah.
I was like, that seems a little low.
I'll pay right up.
Sorry, I was doing the math in my head.
I got you.
You were doing math, Shin. I could see it, but I just want to make sure you said 1,000 to go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, call it $360,000 interest payment, and your payments are structured in such a way that there's a February interest payment, an August interest payment, and then every year in August there's a principal payment. But one of the other things that we're looking at here is timing. If we know that there's not a project, there is merit to acting as soon as possible to keep the facts that this is a correction all in the right alignment. When this board finally has said, we're not doing this, send it back, we began acting on that date, probably within a handful of hours of that decision being made, such that we have the facts that we were not sitting on this money dilly-dallying, earning interest at a higher rate than, would normally be viable. So that all being said, I would not suggest trying to hold out or wait for another payment. It does not help our facts, and it also does not help us economically with the funds that we have on hand.
Okay, all right. Any further questions?
One question. And I know the answer is no, but is there any way to try and, when we do go into the escrow account, to recoup any of that partial principal payment, or is that gone?
I think it's gone. Let's assume that it's gone. I'm going to ask the questions. I'm going to try to look for every way that I can to make this as efficient as possible. But I think when we initially issued this, that, there are pathways out, but they don't come without a cost. That's sort of the cost, is whatever we paid thus far. I will ask the question. I will do everything I can to minimize it, but I would believe, based upon my read of the laws, that it probably is gone.
Yep, wanted to ask the question, but anything you can do would be outstanding.
Okay, so this is a resolution, and like Mr. Maruccio explained, this is a resolution that allows staff and council and our financial advisor to do any and all things necessary within the next 90 days to enter into this escrow account, relieving the district of all responsibility. So we would need a motion on this resolution and then a vote.
Make a motion that we approve action item 14.1, adoption of resolution 2025-2607, directing the defeasance of the 2024 certificates of participation, approving a supplemental agreement to trust agreement and an escrow agreement, and authorizing and directing related actions.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Okay, next up, we're gonna move on to item 14.3, California School Employees Association. Oh, we're on 2, sorry. 14.2, tentative agreement between California School Employees Association, chapter number 239, and Amador County Unified School District, Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, Board President Parker and trustees. We're pleased to share the recommendation for approval of the attached tentative agreement reached with California School Employees Association and its Chapter 239. The articles that we agreed on were Article 7, pay and allowances, and Article 9, health and welfare benefits. The documents have been attached to this particular agenda item, as well as the fiscal implications, and ready for any questions you may have.
Okay, just go down the line. Claire, any questions?
No.
Peter?
No, I'm just very grateful that our bargaining partners came to a tentative agreement.
Ken?
No.
Shane?
No question, just as Peter said, glad that some headway was made.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. I will just echo what they said, that I am very happy that we were able to schedule this meeting and be able to approve these before Friday. Okay, we would just need a motion to approve.
Move that we approve item 14.2, tentative agreement between California School Employees Association, Chapter 239, and the Amador County Unified School District.
Claire?
Second.
Oh, sorry, Claire.
Yes.
Okay, Claire's not gonna vote, sorry. Can we redo the motion, please, or should we do that? Yeah.
Can you do the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. I move that we approve item 14.2, tentative agreement between the California School Employee Association, Chapter 239, and the Amador County Unified School District.
Second.
Okay, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 14.3, California School Employees Association, chapter number 239, salary schedule. Mr. Norton.
Thank
Thank you, Board. I did want to take a quick second and thank my payroll staff as well as my fiscal analyst team for their hard work with these last-minute switches right before the end of the month payroll. There's a lot of moving pieces that have to take place, so I appreciate that team for all their hard work in making this happen. So this item here is a companion item to the previous tentative agreement just approved. This effectively are the changes to the salary schedule related to the TAs. In 3A, you will see the changes related to health and welfare adjustment effective 10/1/25. In 3B, you will see the 3% salary schedule adjustment. And in 3C, you will see the 4% increase in FY27. The additional costs of these adjustments were reflected in the fiscal implications in the previous TA. At this time, we recommend the board approve the salary schedules, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Any questions? Claire?
No.
Peter?
No questions.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
Nothing.
I don't have any other questions. We would just need a motion to approve salary schedules.
Move to approve item 14.3, California School Employee Association Chapter 239 salary schedule effective 1.1.26 for a 3% increase. Well, it's the whole thing, actually, isn't it?
A, B, and C.
All right, A, B, and C.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 14.4, classified substitute salary schedule. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. With the classified substitute salary schedule, it mirrors step 1 of CSEA 239 salary schedule. And with the approved salary changes we just had from the previous item, this item updates the substitute salary schedules accordingly for FY26 and FY25 to mirror that step 1. So at this time, I recommend the board approve. I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, any questions down the line about this? Claire?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
No.
Shane?
No.
James?
No questions.
Okay, we just need a motion. Okay, I'll move to approve item 14.4, classified substitute salary schedule A and B.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James? I'm also a yes. Moving on to item 14.5, tentative agreement between Amador County Teachers Association and Amador County Unified School District. Dr. Palos-Velos.
Good evening again, trustees. Staff is recommending approval of the tentative agreements we reached with the Amador County Teachers Association. The specific articles, Articles 14, compensation, Article 16, fringe benefits. We appreciate the opportunity to work with our partners, and fiscal implications have been included on this particular document.
Okay, any questions on this agreement, comments? Claire?
No.
Peter?
I hope this is appropriate to say this. I'm just grateful that district staff and each bargaining unit worked hard to find what agreement works best for them. It's not necessary to have every agreement match everybody else. It's wonderful that they chose to advocate for their needs and that agreements were met. So thank you for all the hard work.
Ken?
I would just mirror Peter's thoughts.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
I have no questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. I'm just glad that we were able to get this done in time, so we would just need a motion.
Make the motion that we approve item 14.5, the tentative agreement between Amador County Teachers Association and Amador County Unified School District.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on, we're on 14.6, or I'm sorry, 14.7. We're on 6? Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to my glasses. Amador County Teachers Association salary schedules, Mr. Norton.
Again, this is a companion item to the previous one. This is reflective of the tentative agreement just approved. In 7A, again, you'll see the health and welfare adjustment. 7B, you will see the 4% salary schedule adjustment effective 1/1/25. At this time, we recommend the board approve the salary schedules, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
That is 1/1/26, right, Mr. Norton? That's
Thank
not-
you so much for that correction.
It's
It is
not
1/1.
retroactive.
It is not retroactive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments on the salary schedules? Anybody?
No.
Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I Move that we approve item 14.6, Amador County, or FY26, Amador County Teachers Association salary schedules, both A and B.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James.
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. We're moving on to 14.7, and we do have some public comment cards here. So first up would be Patricia and Jihad.
Good evening again, board and community members. Patricia Anjija. So for items 14.7 A and B, unrepresented salary schedules. From item 14.3, which you just approved, the insurance cap is now $14,000 annually for classified staff, which is only a $1,950 annual increase in the employer contribution for health insurance benefits for both the remainder of 25-26 fiscal year and 26-27 fiscal year. Note that there are no increases for fiscal year 26-27. Also note that the cash in lieu will be phased out in varying timelines depending on the union agreements, which eliminates this benefit for teachers and staff. For these items 14.7 A and B, if I'm understanding them correctly, these would give higher employer contributions to health benefits for district admin office staff. For the remainder of 25-26 fiscal year, it would be a $1,200 annual increase for employee-only plans, $3,450 annual increase for employee plus one plans, and $6,950 annual increase for employee family plans. Despite no increases to classified and certified employer contributions in fiscal year 26-27, the district office admin staff would be getting an additional $1,615 annually, which is overall $2,815 total increase from current employer contribution for employee-only plans, an additional $4,700 annually, which is an overall $8,150 total increase from current employer contributions for employee plus one plans, an additional $6,000 annually, or overall $12,950 total increase from current employer contributions for employee family plans. I request the board to vote no on these items, as I believe it's clear that the district office admin staff already have pretty high salaries, as I presented at prior board meetings, with more than half making over $100,000 per year. And given the multi-million-dollar deficits the Unified School District and county office are in, we need to tighten the purse strings somewhere, and this would be a place to do that. Even though it was clarified there is no Me Too clause cited by Ms. Jensen, this might, be construed as one. I don't believe any district office admin staff should get any raise until the deficits are resolved and school conditions are improved. The superintendent who didn't prevent these disasters and his staff should have to feel the pain of what the health insurance crisis would have caused for our teachers and staff who are actually making a difference in our children's lives. And then maybe he will understand our frustrations, since apparently voicing our concerns hasn't moved him to take a pay cut or reduce spending in any way thus far. The board should vote no on this, and any increases in pay or benefit for district office admin staff until the district is fiscally stable and school sites are adequately maintained.
Alexis McGreedy.
Good evening, board. My name is Alexis. I am the administrative assistant in the business office with Mr. Norton. I am a confidential employee with the district. I am also a single mother of 2 children, whom I have full custody of. I love my family. I love my job. I'm thankful for everything it has allowed me to become and how it has allowed me to be present for my children. But the facts are these. I barely make ends meet. I do not receive child support. I do not qualify for EBT or food stamps or any form of cash assistance. I only qualify for Medi-Cal. And because of that, I am fortunate to receive the cash in lieu through the district for opting out of medical coverage. I have learned to rely on this cash in lieu, as I trusted my employer, who gave it to me willingly when I started this position over a year ago. Now I am facing the loss of that cash in lieu, which will result in the pay cut of over $600 per month for me. which is a 15% of my total take-home. The board is deducting 15% of my total take-home pay and providing me with nothing in return. A struggling single mom who is barely making ends meet to support my family. Confidential staff are not management, nor do we get paid as such. Therefore, we should not be lumped in with them to account for the district's financial distress. There are only 15 of us, and we are often brushed aside as we work at the district office. Assumptions are made that we are paid as highly as management. We are not. We deserve not to be taken advantage of to help alleviate the stresses that everyone is facing, us included. If our cash in lieu is being taken, and for the record, understandably so, we need to be compensated in another way to make up for such a huge loss. Thank you.
Rachel.
Good evening, members of the board, cabinet, and Superintendent Critchfield. First and foremost, I want to say this is very hard, and I am thankful for my job and for the opportunities I've had here. But I also need to express how frustrating this situation has been. It truly feels as though all the hard work we put in isn't being recognized. Instead, we're being penalized with money being taken away from us, and that's a difficult reality to face. I come before you tonight not just as a confidential employee, but as someone who is tired emotionally, physically, and financially from giving everything I have and still feeling as though we're being treated as less than everyone else. It's deeply unfair that confidential staff are being treated as part of management. When we don't receive the pay, we're not making six figures. We're the ones who are here all year long. We're not sitting comfortably above the storm. We're right in it. We take the calls, handle the frustrations, and do the behind-the-scenes work that keeps everything running. We may not work directly with students every day, but we serve those who do. And we're always there when management needs us. While other units have received well-deserved increases to their salaries and health and welfare contributions, we've been offered much less. So much less that it's simply unfair and unsustainable. Our insurance costs went up just like everyone else's. And in my case, having to opt back into insurance means my paycheck is decreasing by about $800 a month, which is a net loss of over $9,500 a year. The new health insurance cap being considered tonight would only make up about $1,200 of that annually. I can only speak for myself, but I want you to understand what this has looked like in my life. I've had to take on a second job to make ends meet. I've worked countless hours of overtime and pushed through personal health challenges to make sure that open enrollment was completed. The deadlines were met and the district never missed a beat. I've shown up day after day, night after night, because I take pride in my work. But pride doesn't pay the bills, and pride doesn't cover rising medical costs or grocery costs. We do this work because we care deeply, and it's getting harder to care when it feels like it doesn't count. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for fairness. We're asking for you to see us, to value us, and to stop pushing us aside while we hold everything together behind the scenes. Thank you.
Marissa Baird.
Good evening, board, cabinet, Mr. Critchfield. For those of you who may not know me, my name is Marissa Baird, and I'm the SELPA Program and Information Analyst. I'm here tonight representing the 15 confidential employees of Amador County Unified School District and Amador County Office of Education. All of us work at the district office. I stand before you to give you a face to those who work at the district office. Oftentimes, when talks of raises are brought up, the reference of the district or the district office is met with the assumption that all who work there are under the same six-figure umbrella. Well, I'm here to tell you that we are not. We have employees from CSEA 239, CSEA 827 that also work at the district office as well. The 15 confidential employees who are unrepresented but do not fall under management salary schedule are often lumped into a group that has remarkably different characteristics. The difference between confidential and management is that we are included in discussions and worked with confidential information. However, we do not hold any managerial decision-making, nor do we have the pay that accompanies the managerial responsibilities. We sit in negotiations, but we are not allowed to negotiate on our own behalf and are still struggling to make ends meet. I understand the negative connotation of Me Too clauses, but please consider this. We all come to work. We all have families to care for and bills to pay. Just because we are not in a union does not negate the impact of our work to make this district function on a daily basis. I implore you, the board, to look into the recent disappointing and in some ways disrespectful decision of not including confidential employees in a salary increase, the phasing out of cash in lieu, or at least providing the same health and welfare cap contributions. We need to figure out a way to compensate all employees fairly, as has been past practice, and not just those in unions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. The Amador County Unified School District is undergoing necessary adjustments to its employee compensation structure, specifically regarding health and welfare benefits in response to significant increase. These revisions are designed to achieve three critical objectives: providing financial support to staff taking medical benefits, ensuring long-term compliance with the Affordable Care Act, and making the district more attractive client for future healthcare providers in the hopes of securing competitive rates in the future. This includes updated tiered health and welfare cap effective 10/1/25, and then an additional update as of 7/1/26. In addition to progressive reduction in the amounts of cash in lieu provided for opt-outs, the fiscal implications here, you see an increase in the current year of $8,975 with a reduction in the out years of $2,662.50. Structuring the health and welfare benefit provides support to staff taking insurance, helps ensure future compliance with the Affordable Care Act, and as a whole sets up the district to be more attractive in future when reviewing alternative healthcare options. At this time, we recommend the board approve the salary schedules, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go down the line. Claire?
Is this decrease, like, will it decrease more if this gets approved, like, as time goes on? Or is this, like, the cap that it's not gonna be changed, if that makes sense?
So essentially what's happening here is the health and welfare cap is going from a stagnant 10,050, and then it's restructuring into a tier. So if somebody is just the employee themselves, they get one rate. If somebody's employee plus one, they get a second rate. And if somebody is the employee and covering their whole family, they get a third rate. So that's the main crux. As a part of this, to help support the increased rates for the folks in those three different tiers, because it's moving from 10,050 to 11,250, 13,500, and then 17,000, was the reduction in cash in lieu. And so the hope is with that the district as a whole becomes more attractive if we look for future rates in the future, or also to encourage our staff to ideally take insurance through the district in that way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Peter?
When it comes to the salary schedule portion, that's remaining unchanged at the present time, correct? This is simply demonstrating the change in the health and welfare benefits. Is that what I'm reading here?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ken?
Okay, so this is going to be, you're going to have to help walk me through this. I definitely think that confidential and the administrative staffs need to get something for health and welfare, and I want to approve something tonight so we don't linger. But I would like to make the process for a directive for the district to continue to look at the unrepresented employees of our district and how we can adjust their benefits and possibly salary moving forward. I don't want this to be a closed issue right now because it feels like it was rushed. I just saw this Friday night, and I don't know if it's, I would just like for it to be to continue to look at, both from a confidential employee standpoint and an administrative salary standpoint, and possibly even break up that administrative salary structure a little bit more.
Will do.
Thank you.
So when can we talk about that?
So we can bring that back to a future board meeting. We can talk about that in a closed session, and the board can give further direction on that for me.
And is there a method, I know they're unrepresented, and sorry for saying they, but is there a method for them to have some type of input?
Typically not as an unrepresented employee. They do not belong to a bargaining unit.
Okay. Well, then I guess I just want you to know that in my opinion, we can do more for these people.
Okay.
And hopefully we can.
Thank you. Shane?
I just want to echo what Ken said. I think we need to do what we can to help everyone as equally as possible.
James?
I'm in the same bus as Ken and Mr. Crow. I'm a little confused as well with 7, Alpha and Bravo. Are those going to be combined and voted on together? Is that what you're supposed to do?
I believe you could pull those apart, but
You can, but they're both unrepresented groups, so you can vote on them together.
So the reason I'm asking, so then that answer tells me that I'm very confused. With that being said, I feel that the portion of what I'm reading here, sorry, excuse my lagging, in the classification of assistant superintendents on the salary schedules, this is saying that they are getting raises, correct?
Raises in salary?
Yes.
No.
No. This is just benefits only.
This is benefits.
Okay.
Well, another way to say it too as well is even with the proposed increases to health and welfare, with the increased cost with these new plans through CalPERS, even if this is approved, employees' take-home pay will go down from what they had before.
Okay.
There will be more of an employee contribution, even though the employer contribution is increasing, the overall increase exceeds what we're increasing our employer contribution to.
Right, okay. So then I feel that we need to further discuss this.
So if action isn't taken tonight, then we can't implement these increases that are on the table. The board can come back and add to it, but if no action is taken, then all of these employees would revert back to the $10,000 health and welfare cap, which takes effect on Friday.
Right. And that's not okay?
No, because these amounts are higher than 10,000.
Right.
So that would impact their take-home pay even more
Okay.
for employees taking insurance.
So I don't know how to go about it. Well, that's fine. I appreciate it. I appreciate your explanation. I don't have any other comments.
This item bothered me for a number of reasons. I think that we've spent the better part of the last couple of months standing up here, and this isn't to take away from anyone's struggles, but screaming about administrator salaries and the district office and they're evil and this and that and the other. And I think that that isn't accurate. That's not an accurate representation of what happens at the school district. And you can challenge any decision that's made at administrative level. You can say that maybe they don't deserve the salaries they have. You can say all of those things, but what you can't say is that every single person that works in the district office is an administrator, is managerial, doesn't deserve their pay, doesn't work on behalf of students, doesn't work on behalf of their colleagues, of their other staff members, doing payroll, making sure you get a paycheck, all of these things. And so that has frustrated me. I understand the calls about administrators. I understand it. However, when you do that, you are lumping them into that category. And on top of that, just because someone is an administrator doesn't mean they don't deserve to get paid. And a lot of people that are administrators have also spent a lot of time and energy and money and professional development, going to school, doing whatever it is to be an administrator to earn that pay. So that has frustrated me for the past couple of months because and I really want to make that clear that that is not saying that we should not be paying our classified workers, our boots on the ground work, our teachers, our janitors, our maintenance staff, our office clerk, clerical, any of those things that we shouldn't be paying them what I think that they deserve, which I don't think that even these raises gets to that point. We have to start somewhere, but I think this is where we come now. So now we have this salary schedule proposed because we've been also yelling at the podium about Me Too clauses. And so now it's almost as if we're scared to give an appropriate amount to people that work at the district office simply because of public backlash. And that's just a fact. And it's frustrating to me. It's very frustrating. So on one hand, I absolutely hear what people are saying about it. On another hand, that is where this gets us. I mean, is this appropriate? No. I want to vote no on this item. However, I also don't want to vote no on this because I need these people in this room that make your paychecks and all these other things that they do to make sure that they at least get some relief by Friday. And that's where that's what the reality is. So we can sit here all day and argue about who deserves what and who's overpaid and this and that and the other. But the reality is that most people that work in the public sector, where they're a managerial, administrator, classified, whatever it is, are probably underpaid. We're not a business that sits here and is a profiting business. In fact, we pretty much lose money every year, in case you haven't noticed. Okay? And so this just is icing on the cake, and it just really frustrates me because I have friends and former colleagues in this group that are up here essentially getting screwed. And so it makes me upset, to say the least. And I'm going to stop there before I get myself in trouble.
So Kayla, to go with that, based on comments from other board members as well, this does not have to be the end. The board always has the authority to revisit salary schedules to increase them, to revisit health and welfare benefits. If that's the direction you're giving me, I would still recommend approval of this item tonight because, as you said, it provides some relief. And I am happy to re-explore this at your direction and come back with a proposal for something different.
That is the direction I would like to proceed with.
And that is what we will do.
Thank you. Okay, if anybody doesn't have any further questions or comments, we would just need a motion on this item.
I just have one further comment.
Sure.
In the interest of time and also knowing because these others want to say what they wanted to say, I have briefly, as a 28-year teacher, been an administrator. We had people here today who expressed their concern over their elementary school administrator who chose to resign, knowing they needed more. And so I really hope, having been there and having realized that perhaps I was not enough, perhaps I was not the guy to be an administrator, and I'm back in the classroom now, that we could, if we choose to, stop thinking of them as the enemy, that they are our leaders and not someone to be hated or judged or micromanaged. So I'm here serving, I ran for office because I believe in these people. And I hope that, yes, we can find a creative solution given the concerns of the CDE, because we have to make our budget work. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we just need a motion for this item.
I motion to approve item 14.7, unrepresented salary schedules.
Second.
Okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes, and just know that the district's going to keep looking at it.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Should the motion be detailed with what we expect, just so that it's documented on record and locked in, sealed, stamped, and all of that?
So the motion was made for item 7, which includes A and B.
Right.
So it was lumped together and seconded that way. So it includes both parts A and B.
Okay. And for us to, or you guys to go back and revisit and...
I think it's...
Us going back and revisit it has nothing to do with whether or not this motion passes. You've given us direction to do that.
Okay. All right. Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. Moving on, we're gonna go on to item 14.8. That's not it. We have an MOU, Amador Physical Therapy, with Mrs. Horn and Miss Gravette.
Good evening, Board. It's been a while since we brought one of these to you. This is another exciting opportunity for our students who are in the CTE health pathways. It helps create an externship placement for our health and hospital students. It allows them to do an externship with physical therapy. Hi, Ms. Gravette.
Hi. Yes, we have a lot of students in our medical classes, which is awesome, our dual enrollment class at Argonaut and Amador. And we needed another placement for their externships in the spring that start in January. So this would, if approved, would be part of their rotation. If you have any questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about this item? Comments?
Is there any fiscal impact to the district?
Nope.
Could you maybe just take a quick second, just explaining how many students will be placed in an externship for the second semester this year?
Yes. We have 16 students at Argonaut and 17 students at Amador. We already partner with Sutter Amador Hospital. We partner with Jackson Creek Dental as well. And then this would be another option for students. Currently, the hospital can take 14 students in the morning and then in the afternoon. So in order to get them all through a rotation, we needed to add another externship possibility. So the Amador Physical Therapy would take one student, the student, because they are only open in the morning. So that happens to be an Argonaut student, whoever it is that will be placed there. And then the rest of the students will rotate through the hospital. And then we have 1 or 2 students that are gonna choose dental for their rotation.
Okay.
And no, there's no fiscal impact. This MOU is just for us to be able to partner with this agency for placement of students. So any type of, we don't pay, they volunteer to be a placement option for our students for that hands-on work experience.
Okay.
So for my own, did you have any questions at all? Any comments?
I didn't have any questions, but I do like this opportunity because I'm not in a health class, but a lot of my friends at Argonaut are and are very excited to like do physical therapy, go to the hospital, all that stuff. So it's a good thing.
Peter, any questions or comments?
Just want to make sure I'm clear. You said there's no fiscal implications. We have a certificate of insurance. That's just kind of a standard thing that we have insurance through our JPA, whatever.
Yep.
We're not spending more money on insurance for this particular program.
Yeah, and it's actually their certificate of liability, like their insurance.
Because our student during school time will be at their business.
So they,
So
okay.
they have to have a proper level of insurance for our insurance to say, yes, the student can go there.
So they're ensuring extra safety on
Yeah.
their behalf, et cetera. Brilliant. I love this. I'm thrilled. I think that there is such a strong potential, and not to oversimplify it, but if students fall in love with a particular business and this externship experience, not only do they have their opportunity to try out a trade, if you will, they might potentially pursue, but who knows, there could be someone who becomes a lifelong Amador County resident who moves up into that particular field. So this is fabulous.
Thank you.
Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I also think it's fabulous. I mean, when my son was in high school, he got to do some time at the hospital and he loved it. So if we can expand that, I'm all for it.
Awesome.
Shane?
How many years have we been doing this?
So we started it before COVID, and then it shut down during COVID. And so I think we started our first classes like in 18, 19, I think. Then it stopped in 20 and 21. We resumed it again in 22, 23. So.
And then if you count ROP, so prior to this being a dual enrollment, for many years, and I'd have to go back and look at the dates.
We had hospital and ambulance
I could
fire. Yeah.
text my mom. She was the teacher.
Yeah.
So she ran ROP Health for many years. And so that was through ROP programs, which then were no longer funded in that way. And so then we were able to transition towards the dual enrollment opportunity, implementing CT and dual enrollment opportunities to kind of bring it back. The placing of students has been happening for well over 15, probably 20 years, either through ROP or through dual enrollment. But this specific way of doing it is back to what Mrs. Gravett said, for about the last 4 years.
Yeah.
I think this is a really great program, and I look forward to hearing some of the, I guess, success stories from this. Thank you.
James?
I think it's great. Thank you.
I was going to ask how long it had been going on, because I know that when I was in high school, we had done the ROP program and stuff, and a lot of people I was friends with and stuff went through it, and it was a great opportunity. I did not take advantage because I wasn't in the business of being in like the germ industry. That's not my thing at all. So I was not about that, but it was a great opportunity. I know multiple friends who went through that and then became nurses, or they went on the ambulance, things like that. So I think that bringing this back is a great opportunity for some kids to get some hands-on experience, see what they like and what they maybe don't like or whatever.
And it has opened the door for us to start exploring other, I know we've been in contact with fire departments to start that back up again, and then also through ag to get some hands-on experience with farms of Amador and all of that, so, yeah.
Great. We would just need a motion for this item if there's no more comments.
Move to approve item 14.8 MOU Amador Physical Therapy.
Okay, Claire? Oh, we need a second, sorry. Okay, we have a second. Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to 14.9, variable term waiver request, Snoke. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening again, trustees. This is a variable term waiver request. This is for one of our outstanding teachers working over at Amador High School. Her name is Miss Gina Snoke. This is for the ability to be able to meet the English learner requirement. She's currently in the Career Technical Education Credential Program, and we are recommending approval for this variable term waiver so that she can continue to provide exceptional instruction in the class.
Okay, we'll just go on. Any questions or comments, Claire?
No.
Peter?
I hope this is a minor question, a simple question. When the CDE first implemented this kind of requirement, I was working in Southern California, and at that time, we were given the option to take an exam demonstrating that we have a clue how to work with people who are not English learners, and we didn't have to take additional coursework. Is that an option, or this time is to allow them to do actual coursework?
This particular employee is currently engaged in a program of study that will lead to the learner authorization as they progress through their program. Just currently in the program, it's not part of it, they don't have the authorization.
Okay.
So they will eventually have it through their program without having to take the test. I know which one you're talking about.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ken?
In general, these term waivers, is there a condition in them where it has to be completed in a certain amount of time so that we know, not necessarily this person, but in general, the work gets done?
Absolutely. One of the things that we've been able to do within human resources, with particular situation like this, we maintain a tracker for all of our folks that are on these types of waivers or an intern credentials. And one of the things that we will do, I will personally meet with them, including one of our staff in the office. Typically, credential staff would be Don Griffin, and we'll meet with every one of them to check their progress to date. So in this particular case here, we already know the employee is in a program. They require this waiver, and we'll have to apply for this waiver with them providing the fee to seat the commission on teacher credentialing until they get to the coursework in their program that will then satisfy the authorization.
So what period of time is this waiver good for?
1 year. They're good for 1 year. The period of time is here, 25-26 school year for 1 year.
And is there ability, if the work's not completed the next year, for Gina to come back and get another waiver?
Correct. As long as, and one of the things we would check on, Trustee Farrar, is making sure they're still engaged in their program, they're still making that progress towards meeting the ultimate goal of receiving the credential. And sometimes it just has to do with the scheduling of the courses, that it may not be something they have by the fall, but it's a spring course, and then once it's completed, they meet the requirement.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions, Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either, so we would just need a motion.
Motion to approve item 14.9, variable term waiver request for Snoke.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes?
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. And then we have item 14.10, variable term waiver request, Filer.
Thank you, trustees. This is a second, very different request. This particular individual is an English teacher. They're employed with us, and they do not currently have the English learner authorization. They're making good progress towards being able to achieve it within the program, and it is our interest to be able to support this employee in making that happen for them. So we would recommend approval.
Okay, any questions or comments on this item?
No.
No.
Shane? No? I don't have any questions. We would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 14.10, variable term waiver request dash Filer.
Second?
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes?
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 14.11, application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teachers' salaries. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. Before you is the application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teacher salaries. California Education Code, Section 41372 requires that the district, as a unified school district, expend a minimum of 55% of its current expense of education on the salaries and benefits of classroom teachers and instructional aides. The district's SACS Form CEA, current expense formula / minimum classroom compensation for the 24-25 unaudited actuals, reflects that the actual percentage spent on classroom compensation was 51.74. This results in a percentage deficit of 3.26 and a total deficiency amount of 1.7 million. At this time, this application is the district formally requesting a full exemption from this deficiency amount on the basis of serious hardship to the district. The application asserts that obligating the district to spend the 1.73 million deficiency amount on classroom compensation would precipitate a severe financial crisis. As has been discussed and as evidence of the serious hardship includes the district's 3 consecutive qualified budgets, the FICMAT report where we were deemed high risk. The district is currently executing an approved fiscal stabilization plan to restore structural balance. And in the adopted budget's multi-year projection, documents provided that the district, if they were compelled to spend the 1.73 million, would result in the district financial outlook turning negative, resulting in immediate failure to meet the statutory minimum reserve requirement for the district. Granting this exception is vital to allow the district to successfully execute its approved fiscal stabilization plan, which is designed to lead to sustained compliance with all fiscal requirements in future years. At this time, we recommend the board approve the application for exemption, and I'm available for any question the board has.
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Claire, any questions or comments?
No.
Peter?
Okay, I'm going to try to be clear, but nice, as I can be. And so if I'm slowing down and speaking very deliberately, it's because I'm trying to do that, be clear, but nice. My first question, Mr. Norton, when was the last time you asked for this exemption, and was it for the same fiscal year or a different fiscal year?
The last time it was for the prior fiscal year. It was 23-24.
Okay, so the last time was 23-24. And was that because we're behind in our budgeting or our whatever you call it, the accounting process to verify everything? Or why was that so, or that's just the way the budget cycle works?
This comes up once a year. It's when we have unaudited actuals, unless I'm missing something here, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand because I was sworn in December, and I know sometime since December, we've already approved one of these. So I'm trying to understand the timeline or how this.
It's connected with our audit. So our 23-24 audit was behind schedule.
There you go.
And so that audit was completed. This form needed to be approved. We're now back on a regular time frame as we work through our audit and unaudited actuals. And so that's why this is more back on schedule. The one you already approved was behind schedule. So that was 23-24. fiscal year. This one is for 24-25 fiscal year.
Okay, that helps immensely. That was the word I was trying to grasp out of thin air, the magic word audit. Thank you. So if this is unaudited actuals, it's what's already happened, right? It's not moving forward. So just trying to be, again, super clear. I promise I'm not calling you a liar. I'm not. But to the best of my understanding, you have told us more than once in budget conversations that moving forward, this would not be a thing, that we have solved the problem.
That was with regards to the admin teacher ratio. With this one, I actually fully expect us to probably have this waiver application next year.
Isn't this related to admin teacher ratio? I don't understand. Help me.
Two separate items.
Two separate items.
Yeah,
Admin teacher ratio has to do with every 12 teachers in the district, you're allowed to have one administrator. And so there was a penalty incurred in a prior year where we had more than that ratio. That's a different metric than this 55% metric. It's two different sets of rules.
Okay. So by this particular set of rules, what you're telling us right now, for my own clarity and understanding, is this is not the end. You're going to be asking us to do this again because our situation is that bad next year, probably.
In all likelihood.
Okay. Thank you. I hope I have been sufficiently respectful. I appreciate the help and understanding.
So 3 months in, where do we sit this year?
Offhand, I'd have to do the calculation. Couldn't tell you.
So that's my issue. If this is the second year running and we're expecting a third year running, why aren't we on top of this on a monthly basis? It should be somewhat easy to track, I would think. Maybe I'm wrong. But for us just to wait until the end of the year and wait for, an audit to occur, or an actualized audit. Deficiency amount of 1.7 million, seems like that should be somewhere aware of a little bit sooner. Not that we can stop it, but I'd kind of like to know why we're so far below the 55% ratio. What puts us in that position?
There's a lot of different pieces that come into play with that question. I mean, we did have the health insurance piece that we weren't anticipating when we first started the budget. So those particular pieces have had to it. So we're looking into all the calculation pieces that go into play too. We have basically a different identity transfer or entity transfers that take place between our county district that do add to that calculation. But in reality right now, where we have our budget, it's set up in such a way that we've had this deficiency now for actually the last 5 years in a row.
So are you telling me that the increased health and welfare benefits that we just agreed on, those should help to offset the discrepancy we have? We should be maybe closer to 53%?
It would help essentially adjust the, what is the word here, deficiency.
Yeah, and I, like Peter, just want to understand.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that we're not getting this big surprise at the end of every year, like, oh my God. I would kind of want to know that we're on top of it. So I guess I'd like to make another directive that at least the board is made aware of where we stand halfway through the year. I mean, so this is something we can discuss in another 3 months.
Yeah, and we've engaged CDE with this to have them assist us. And as Mr. Wall mentioned in his comments, our intention is also sit down with ACTA to analyze these numbers as well to see what other things can be done to get us toward that 55%. I will say that, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but several years ago as a CBO, this is common that many districts don't meet this. So we're not alone in not meeting this mark. It's different than the admin ratio. The admin ratio that was referred to earlier, there's a penalty incurred when you don't meet it. This is the board can approve the exemption based on the circumstances and there's no financial penalty. So I just want to make sure we're making that distinction as well and that we're not the only district that goes through not meeting the 55%.
Understood, doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
So is there any chance of developing a 3-year plan for where we would meet that goal? Or is it just kind of with your comment that other districts do it too, is it kind of reflective that that 55% number is just artificially high?
It can be a tough number to meet, no doubt, but we're committed to engaging more and looking at getting closer to that mark. Can I make a commitment to that at this point? No.
Fair enough. All right, thank you.
If this is common, what is the I guess what would be the common deficiency that other districts are facing?
It's most common in K-12 districts. Each type of district, you could be a K district, a high school district, a K-12 district. K-12 districts tend to have the most difficulty in meeting this metric.
So this 3.26, is that kind of the common?
I would have to look that up.
Having a spouse as a teacher, one of the things that that I'm aware of is that, and I know a lot of teachers do this, is they take care of a lot of the costs in the classroom. And you look at my wife's decorations, not only the costs of the decorations, but also the installation of those classroom hangings and all that. I'm hoping that at some point we can get to a time where we're not just putting these on the teachers. It seems like, yeah, let's just put it on the teachers. They'll make up the difference. Our teachers are valuable to the functioning of the district, and we need to do something. I don't know what, but we definitely need more discussions on this and figure out how we can meet this 55% requirement, because this isn't good enough.
You said you didn't have the information for other districts. What about the average for hours? Have we always been this percentage every time we're doing this?
No, it has fluctuated.
Like how? Sorry to throw you a curveball, man.
No worries. It's ranged from about 1.5 to 3.26 is the highest.
So this one here is the highest?
Since of what I have record of, which is the past 10 years.
10 years.
One little quick comment. Not that AI knows everything, they probably get a lot of things wrong, but according to, I like to use Grok, you use what you want to use. They claim this is a problem with over 40% of school districts. Over 40% can't meet this threshold. So I guess I would invite, if possible, maybe at the county level superintendent meetings or something, to ask the state of California where maybe their numbers are wrong. And unless they're going to start spending more money on building our buildings or paying for busing or special ed or all the other areas we're deficient, maybe they need to have a more realistic number so we stop failing to hit the mark. Thank you for listening.
Agreed. James, sorry.
Mr. Farrar had made a comment about a 3-year plan. I didn't hear the answer to that. Is that something that we could do? Is that something that we're working on doing? Is that something?
Again, I said we're going to analyze it and dig in, but like Mr. Gale said, when 40% of the districts are not meeting this is not just a simple goal to attain.
Yeah.
I mean, that shows a significant statewide problem if you have that many districts not meeting it.
I hear you. I just hate blaming the state for everything when we should be setting the example here. Somehow, some way, trying to, I don't know. Okay, thank you.
So,
Go ahead.
so it's not a simple plan, but if we were in the last 10 years at a 1.5%, now we're at a 3.26% rate, I think there should be an idea of how we got to where we're at and how we get back to where we were.
And I think
I'm not saying it's going to be simple, and I'm not saying it's going to be precise, but we need to try.
So I think part of that goes back to Mr. Norton's answer earlier, because I agree, like, why lower? The cost incurred of being self-insured last year, that excess, even though that was spent on excess that was towards employees' health insurance, doesn't count towards this number. That excess number has gone away we now have agreements in place that put money towards teacher salaries and health insurance. Now those dollars go towards that number. And so that's part of the remedy is, I'm not saying self-insurance was the only reason we didn't meet 55%, because we have years where we weren't self-insured. But as far as the percentage being lower, I would imagine that's a large part of that is because of the cost of self-insurance last fiscal year.
So just for clarification, that excess insurance that we had to pay was on the other side of the ledger versus getting towards that 55%.
Correct.
So that helped drive it down lower.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Kayla.
No, you're fine. Any other questions, Shane or James? I don't have any questions either. I think that, of course, we should be working towards the 55%. If I recall, we had a conversation one time, and there's a lot of different things that have different thresholds and percentages. Is this the same thing where single districts have a different threshold than other districts, or is that something else? A different number?
No, this is K-12 districts.
Okay.
So there's different percentages. If you're an elementary district, you have to actually spend 60%. If you're a high school district, it's down to 50%. K-12 districts are at 55. County expenses incurred, counties don't have this rule. So you'll never see this come to a county board meeting. But part of this is as Mr. Gale mentioned earlier, special education, the transfer of money towards special education from the district and county also sits on the wrong side of the ledger. I'm going to use Mr. Farrar's terms, on the wrong side of the ledger with this as well. So that's part of our, digging into this number as well.
Okay. And then I just want to be clear. So the deficit amount, what we are under, is $1,732,627.76. So if this were not to pass, would that be essentially directing the district to spend $1.7 million this fiscal year, or how would that work?
Correct. We would be required to basically spend it this fiscal year.
Okay, do we have $1.7 million this fiscal year?
No, that would make us negative.
Okay. All right, just wanted to check that. Okay, I don't have any other questions or comments, so we would just need a motion for this item.
I was coming prepared to vote no, but now that I understand it better, thank you. I do vote or motion to approve item 14.11, application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teachers' salaries.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
I'm going to vote yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 12, the GAN resolution 2526-08. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. For this item, we have the GAN resolution, which establishes our spending limit for the prior fiscal year 24-25 and current year 25-26. The GAN limit, officially known as the statutory appropriations limit, is a spending cap on government agencies, including school districts, that was established by California voters through Proposition 4 in 1979. Its primary goal is to limit the growth of tax-funded government spending. The limit is calculated annually by taking the prior year's lit and adjusting it for two key factors, inflation and population growth. The purpose of the resolution 2526-08 serves to fulfill a legal requirement and provide public notice. The legal requirement is subject to Education Code Section 42132 and establishes the actual spending limit for the prior fiscal year, 24-25, and projects the estimated spending limit for the current fiscal year, 25-26. The attached form GAN calculations confirm the district's projected appropriations for 25-26 do not exceed the maximum calculated limit. And please note the board is likely to see us again in November for this County Office of Education Board meeting. So at this time, we recommend the board approve the GAN resolution. I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, questions or comments? Claire?
No.
Peter?
This is a different number than our total budget, correct?
Correct. This more has to do with tax revenue that comes in, and it's based around that.
Okay, thank you.
Ken?
No questions, but that's partially because I don't really understand what this is.
Yeah, it's a weird rule we have to do annually, and it's weird too because you're setting the final one at the end of the fiscal year as opposed to the start. You set a projected one at the start of the fiscal year. It's all around tax revenue and not exceeding what we bring in. We bring in, I think it was this last year was about 36 million, and we can't appropriate more last year than 37 million. So there was no way we were going to do that. So it's kind of just a rule we have to, or a resolution we have to pass every year to confirm that we are not going beyond a certain limit.
So this is kind of saying, hey, we're gonna take in 36 million in property taxes and other taxes, and we're not gonna spend more than 39 million.
Correct.
And as a reminder, that gets taken out of our state formula. So when we do the local control funding formula, which is our largest source of funding, which has to do with how many students we have and how often they attend school, and each student is then given a dollar amount to that, that comes in and appears as the form of state aid, but the majority of that money is actually local property taxes, and then the state only pays the offset. So the GAM resolution has to do with those property taxes. So it doesn't, when property taxes fluctuate, it doesn't change our overall funding as a district because the state says we're due more than what the tax laws say come to the school district, if that makes sense.
No, more mud, but
I mean, that was extremely helpful. I understand it much better now. Thank you.
yeah, no questions.
Okay, Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions either, so we would just need a motion.
Okay, I motion to approve item 14.12, GAN Resolution 2526-08.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, that brings us to our next item 15, discussion items, a consolidation analysis. We do have public comment cards, so we will go through. First up is Patricia and Gia.
Hello, everyone. Patricia Angija. From the August 6th meeting, there was a phased approach for Ione. Changes impacting Ione Elementary would be implemented later after secondary consolidation is complete. A potential next step could move grades 4 through 6 to the Ione Junior High campus and keep grades TK through 3 at Ione Elementary, allowing more time to assess facilities and enrollment growth. What is the point of that if no school sites will close? That's not a consolidation. The entire point of consolidation is to sell aged facilities, for instance, Ione Elementary, since fixing it up was deemed to be too expensive, and also to lessen the amount of school site expenditures, and yet now we're not starting with the whole purpose. The district is proposing first moving 10 through 12 to Amador High and 7 through 9 to Argonaut. So would the junior highs just sit there vacant if all the junior high students are going to be at Argonaut? I don't understand why the continued talks of consolidations have been bits and pieces with changes to the initial plan being talked about in brief. And then this presentation isn't even a holistic look at the entire plan before the board is expected to vote next meeting on the 12th of November. I had to dig back through board reports to remember what the most recent plan for Ione was, and it hasn't been talked about since. And yet the board is just supposed to remember this when it comes time to vote. Again, you blame the prior superintendent, but this administration doesn't seem to be doing any better with making sure the board is fully and well-informed before taking such significant actions that will affect future generations to come. Again, it's just a promise that at an unspecified future date that the whole reason for consolidating, reducing school sites and related expenditures will happen, and to just blindly trust the district admin. Not with their track record, they should be trusted. And I'm just talking about admin at the top, not the office staff, obviously. Please vote no on November 12th if that is the actual date that this will be voted on. This presentation as the final one before you're expected to vote is so very lacking and unfortunately seems to be what we have come to expect from this administration. The original environmental impact report, EIR, process was not completed. What did we pay for? There was so much money spent on that, and we're not going to get it, ever. Nothing in this presentation about Ione Elementary, and yet the board is set to vote on it on the 12th, the next board meeting. As stated since the beginning of this consolidation process, no staff will be laid off due to consolidation. The positional savings will come as vacancies are and created due to retirements or resignations. But the slideshow shows staffing reductions. Retirements and resignations are not guaranteed and can't be predicted. So how can you say there will be no layoffs? If they're not going to retire of their own free will, if they're not going to resign of their own free will, you're going to lay them off. Let's get this, to be honest. There's no comparison for how much it takes to operate facilities currently versus with consolidation. Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Farrar.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lisa Farrar. I'm a teacher, a parent, and a community member. I stand before you in support of consolidating our schools. This is a choice grounded in purpose, in high expectations for all students, and on our district's commitment to equitable, inclusive, high-quality education. By making changes, we position ourselves to deliver the best for all students. Last year, our training focus was on Universal Design for Learning, UDL. UDL states all means all. If we believe that, then shouldn't every student have access to the very best? In our current configuration, we have fantastic teachers and staff across 2 high schools and 2 junior highs, but we fragment our resources. Should only half of our students get to experience half of our excellent teachers and staff? Should only half get the different electives, career and technical pathways, extracurricular offerings, advanced courses, and sports? I believe our children need more opportunity and more ability to pivot and try new things. The benefit of earning a spot on a team, trying a new club, switching paths, these are life skills: perseverance, adaptation, resilience, character building. Our oldest son left football and joined the Amador water polo team his sophomore year. Our youngest joined him that same year as a freshman. That shift in path taught them to try something unfamiliar, to embrace challenge, and to grow. With one consolidated campus, more students will have more of those opportunities. As someone who was born and raised here, someone who has strong roots in the community, I offer my reason why the names and colors should remain the same. It is tradition, pride, and belonging. Our school colors, our school names, these are part of a story. Keeping them preserves continuity, even as we change the structure. We are not erasing our past, we are consolidating our future together. What's better than getting to be a Buffalo and a Mustang? This consolidation is not about reducing options, it is about expanding them. It is not about limiting traditions, it is about honoring them while evolving. It is not about dividing our strength, it is about combining it so every student receives the best our district has to offer. Let's embrace this change, not for the change's sake, but for the growth of every student in our district. Let us align our structure with our values of all means all, equitable access, strong programs, and character building experiences. I know this is going to be a lot of work for everyone, but I truly believe it will be worth it in the long run. Thank you for your service and your dedication to serve our children, our schools, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Janie Brown.
Good evening. My name is Janie Brown, and I taught in Amador School District for 20 years. My daughter teaches at Sutter Creek, and my granddaughter goes to Sutter Creek, so I know a little bit about the district. I'm speaking tonight concerning the reconfiguration of the county junior and senior high schools. There are numerous reasons that a change would benefit the educational outcomes for Amador County students, as well as save money for the school district. This decision should be based on educational outcomes, not on sentiment, not on sports. The Consolidation would provide the most effective use of teachers' time, allowing the specialists and therapists, instead of spending their time driving from campus to campus, they could be working with more students. It would also diminish the duplication of services. The overwhelming reasons to choose a 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11, 12 configuration is for educational and social benefits for students. This would allow high school students to take more advanced subjects, greater selection of electives, and section. Anyway, it would also provide for a more robust vocational program to be offered. It would also provide opportunity for more clubs and maybe no-cut sports or intramural sports, different things. I realize that some children who formerly could make the school team won't make it. A larger population would make intramurals more possible. I taught for 10 years in a 10, 11, 12 high school with a population of 1,500 students. We were able to offer a third year of languages, many advanced courses in science and math, as well as a strong vocational program. I'm convinced that the vocational program for some and the many clubs available for others provided many students with a reason to stay in school, which with high school students isn't always an easy thing. And at that point, I was in Texas, so they could drop out at 16. Student isolation is a particular problem after COVID and the increased use of social media. I'm convinced that most secondary students really need a group to belong to. If it's a school group, this translates to more involved students in the classroom, and I've experienced that on a personal level. I realize that you must be getting a lot of pressure from people who don't want to give up their alma mater, and I understand that and all that that entails. People are also concerned about busing kids around the county, but we're already doing that on a huge basis. I mean, they're going all over the county. Anyway, the students deserve a 21st century education. Please help them. Thank you.
Diane Bennett.
Hello, Diane Bennett, private citizen speaking on a public matter. Good evening, members of the board, community, and families. I stand before you tonight not just as a concerned citizen, but as someone who believes deeply in the values of our schools, our communities, and our history. For over 100 years, Amador and Argonaut high schools have stood as proud symbols of community, tradition, and opportunity. To consolidate them now is not progress. It's erasure. It's loss of a century of identity, of rivalry, of pride, and of belonging that generations have carried forward. The proposal to merge our high schools is being rushed again without a complete or public reviewed environmental impact report and without transparent answers to the many valid concerns raised by parents, teachers, taxpayers, etc. Decisions of this magnitude, ones that will affect families for decades, should never be pushed through without due diligence and full community trust. And right now, that trust is already fragile. We're told that this plan will save money, but those savings come only from cutting staff, from eliminating positions that directly support our students in class and the classroom. We were promised staff would not be cut. You can't say when people are going to retire. We're not solving a problem, we're shrinking opportunity. Consolidation doesn't strengthen education, it simply takes away choices. You can't promise that we'll get those teachers to teach those other classes that you want to believe in. Right now, if a student feels safe or feels unsafe or bullied, they have another option, another environment where they might thrive. Taking away that choice will trap some students in harmful situations with nowhere else to go. For families, for kids already struggling, this could be devastating. We're also told that transportation will somehow be managed, but this district already struggles to provide reliable bus service. Families have repeatedly faced late routes, canceled pickups, and inconsistent schedules. How can we possibly trust that the district can safely and efficiently transport students even greater distances? Parents are already telling you they don't believe it can be done. Meanwhile, no serious effort has been made to explore other cost-saving measures, including community-driven taxpayer-backed resolutions. Has anybody looked at what Cody's said multiple times? That could ease financial strain without gutting our schools. There are options, but they are not being considered. Instead, we're being told that this is the only way. But there is another way: transparency, collaboration, and respect for the communities you serve. Consolidation will not unite this county. It will divide it further. It will destroy trust, reduce community engagement, and dismantle programs, traditions, and opportunities that have taken generations to build. Once that's gone, there's no going back. I urge you to slow down, listen to the families, the teachers, the taxpayers who make this district what it is. Don't erase our history for short-term financial fixes that sacrifice our students, our trust, our teachers, and our future. Thank you.
Jody Maida. I think it's the other one. Yeah.
Start off on a good foot right off the bat. My name is Jody Maida. I'm a lifelong resident of Ione, and I'm also the current vice mayor for the city of Ione on the city council. And tonight, what I would like to speak on mostly is the aspect of my city. And this is like what Yogi Berra said, it's deja vu all over again. Well, for Ione, it's deja vu like the fourth time, okay, when it comes to our representation. We've already lost our school back in '82. It's looking pretty good to me right now when we talk about that. At the time, I was not for it. So I just made some notes here. I don't feel as if there's been very much communication, and this is not personal, but I'm talking with the board itself, particularly our superintendent, when it comes to communicating with our city and our council. There really hasn't been much outreach to us in the city. I feel as if we're just mostly taken for granted. No one's approached us to come to the council. We requested recently a town hall meeting, which I'm hoping will come to fruition. Our district trustee, Kayla Parker, said she would be up for it, and I greatly appreciate her getting right back to me. She's a very good communicator. I'm waiting now for an answer from Mr. Critchfield. The city of Ione needs to hear, this board needs to hear the opinions of the cities and the concerns. I made just different notes here. I just want to highlight some of the things that the city has gone through or are going through. But before I do that, I want to mention, obviously, once again, there's no EIR. There's no traffic mitigation study that's been done. The traffic in Ione is not going to work in the city. It will not work. Just look at the junior high. There's one ingress and one egress, and we're going to have that many students there. It's a revenue killer for city of Ione. Those that have to come to Jackson to bring their kids up, we're going to lose revenue. People aren't going to be spending money in our town. We have a revenue problem down there. I also want to mention that we are also the largest city in this county. We're not being represented as such. We have the largest property tax rate in this county. We're not being represented as such. In the last several years, you've received $10 million in fees from our subdivisions and our developments that have been done in the city of Ione. I don't see much improvement in our city, in our schools in our city regarding that money. On the board, we're going to have 1,100 new homes in the city of Ione. Show me another city in this county that's going to have that kind of growth. And we're going to have possibly one school. 1,100 homes, folks. That's a lot of homes. Safety for the students is of huge concern, not only on the highways, but on campus. Junior high is not set up for elementary school. I was there today. My wife will be speaking about that soon when it comes to those concerns. Sports. We can talk about we'll be bigger, we'll be better. It's going to disenfranchise a lot of students. Boy, I thought I had more time there. 3 minutes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. The next is Andrea Bonham.
Hello, Andrea Bonham, citizen of Ione. I'm here to talk about a couple things. Everybody's talked about the history. We all know it. I just want to say I do have a disagreement with the two other speakers regarding consolidation. I'm a product of consolidation. I did 2 years in Ione High, 2 years in Argonaut High. I did not get a better education. I got less choices. I had Bible is lit, early American lit choices. When I got to Argonaut, I got junior English. I had a way different experience than what everybody keeps promising, and it was the same promises they made to us in '82. But what I'd like to address is the process of consolidation. The Amador County Unified School District website has a school consolidation information hub. This page gives the history of consolidation. The first entry is the starting of the 7-Eleven committee in 2013, which is the first step in closing a school. This page does not provide a link to that report, but I was involved in the process of the facilities planning and recommendations. The report was started in 2013 and used data from previous years going back as far as 2009. The recommendation was to leave Ione Elementary and Junior High. Superintendent Dick Glock shared his official recommendation and report on July 23, 2014 to the board. Quote, after listening for 18 months, I think it's time for me to make some recommendations. Leave Ione as it is for now. There is too much uncertainty about timing of the population growth. They were told that there was going to be one student that came from the Wildflower development and the Castle Oaks development. So that 7-Eleven committee then turned their attention to the issue of just the consolidation of the two high schools. Now that same report is being used as the basis for the closing of the Ione Elementary and consolidation of all junior highs. As stated in previous years during public comment, the consolidation plan has two major flaws. The plan was based on outdated information from 2009 and 2013. Decisions today are being made on data that is 12 to 16 years old. How can you move forward with any plan that uses this outdated information as a decision-making document? The EIR was never completed. As an example, at the 2002 Consolidation Public Input Meeting, which I attended, the ACUSD staff and a member of the board told the public that the new development in Ione would not cause a student increase because the homes were being purchased by older folks, and they were not listed on the MLS. Well, the person who stated that is a realtor and knows that new houses do not go on MLS. They go directly from the developer and sold. So nobody can make a public comment because we were already done. But it's untrue. I went to the addata.org. Ione Elementary had an increase of 73 students from 2021 to 24-25. Just that time alone. And now there's 2 projects that are on the horizon for 1,100 additional homes. And second, the consolidation plan did not follow the recommendation of your own 7-Eleven report. So I think let's update the data. We have one time to do this right. Do it with current data. I'm not here to say, oh, you need to keep schools. I'm saying do it with correct data. Thank you.
Next up, we have Tom Payton.
Good evening again. My name is Tom Payton, and my daughter, Brianna Kazad, is handing out binders she prepared using the district's own data, combined with additional enrollment and capacity records that were omitted from the presentation. Everything I'll be saying tonight is supported by the information in those binders. The district's presentation tonight frames consolidation as the only path to stability, but the data being used to justify that conclusion is incomplete, inconsistent, and selectively framed around short-term anomalies rather than long-term district patterns. Let's start with enrollment trends. The district's projections rely on the smallest birth cohorts in more than a decade, children born between 2012 and 2014, and they completely overlook the district's own record of steady 8th to 9th grade growth. For the past 10 years, that growth has averaged about 10% annually, yet the administration's forecast assumes only a 2 to 3%. That's not a difference of opinion, that's a contradiction of the district's own data. Then there's capacity. Our junior high is already within about 20 students of full capacity. If the district moves forward with consolidation, there will be no room to absorb returning homeschool families, new in-migration, or even natural year-to-year fluctuations. We would be locking ourselves into a model with no flexibility. the opposite of what responsible planning requires. Environmental and legal risks are also being downplayed. The district claims this project qualifies for CEQA exemption. But according to CEQA guidelines, section 15300.2C, that exemption doesn't apply when a project creates traffic, parking, or safety impacts. With fewer than 300 usable parking spaces at Amador High, this plan clearly violates that standard and could trigger a full environmental impact report. That means more delays, more costs, and more uncertainty. The very things consolidation is supposed to prevent. Next, financial stability. The district warns of possible state takeover if we maintain the current model, but consolidation doesn't eliminate that risk. It simply trades one problem for another, an overcapacity, underfunded, single campus still carrying the burden of a long-term COP loan. Well, maybe, depending on what you guys do with that. That's not fiscal security. That's set up for the same crisis a few years down the road, only with fewer options left to fix it. And perhaps the most important, the impact on students. Consolidation would immediately cut athletic and extracurricular opportunities nearly in half. It would eliminate dozens of roster spots and remove one youth feeder program entirely. These programs are not extras. They are part of what keeps students engaged, motivated, and connected to their schools. You can't measure that on a spreadsheet, but you'll feel it in enrollment, in morale, and in community support for years to come. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have Ronnie Gold.
Hello, my name is Ronnie. When looking at this next presentation, I was fully expecting way more slides, numbers, charts, graphs, etc. This presentation seems to be lacking the necessary information on such an important topic. Slide 7 goes over how much will be saved due to attrition. I see this as eventually we're basically losing 26 full-time employees, which again, I've said this from the start and all through the consolidation plans that we're going to lose staff no matter what. It's disheartening to see that when we, I guess, as I'm interpreting it, that we're not going to receive the EIR that we've all been waiting for. I don't know if that was discussed amongst you guys to get rid of it, or it was just poof off the table. I thought we were all on the same page that even though we don't necessarily need this for the new consolidation plan, that we've poured a lot of money into it, and that we would like to have it on hand for possible future developments. I know we can't interact and go back and forth, but that money that we borrowed against Amador High that Mr. Green just went over, I was wondering if that could be used for any and all consolidation plans, or was that only allowed to be used for the second consolidation plan? Because I'm feeling like if we were able to use that money towards any consolidation efforts, shouldn't we have voted on whether or not we're proceeding forward with consolidation and then dump the money? Because if we're gonna proceed forward with some type of form of consolidation, I thought we were gonna need at least some monies for anything. I know we're not building any new buildings, but we're gonna have to move portables and do different things. So I thought that we would need those finances towards consolidation, but maybe we weren't allowed to use them, I don't know. I can sit back and observe and appreciate some of the reasonings that have been presented over the years for consolidation, robust education, more competitive in sports. But the fact of the matter is a lot of people live in this area having to outweigh the benefits and risks for their family and children. Living here doesn't ensure, but definitely increases our safety risk versus living in a city where maybe, yeah, they have more course offerings, a better course selection, and nicer schools, but I raise my kids here because the lifestyle and safety that I can provide them here outweigh maybe an AP course. The fact that my kids can play multiple sports and the odds of them making those teams are greater outweigh moving into an area that are more expensive with, again, maybe a nicer school. Those are what I have chosen and many other families like me have chosen. I hope I can instill in my children work ethic and apply themselves, and that just because they're dealt a different hand of cards than other kids, they can still achieve any goals they want. I know this is such an odd thought to hold kids accountable for their lives at some point, but we have to. The school district can and will continue to produce doctors, lawyers, etc. I don't like that sometimes there is an insinuation that maybe we aren't producing those types of careers for kids. My youngest sister is in her final year of vet school. It is doable from this county. It's not an anomaly. I'm a firm believer that if you can get the community backing, this county can do anything. A great example of that every year is county fair. Families come together to provide money for their kids and buy those animals. You have to have the community backing, and I don't think we have that at this point, and we have to stop. Thanks.
Christy, did you have a card? Did you fill one out? No? Okay, sorry. You just said you were going to speak and I didn't have one. Okay. We're going to go ahead then with the presentation. Okay, we just need a motion to extend the time, please.
I motion that we extend the time by 1 hour.
That's fine, just do an hour. Yeah, that's fine.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, Jared, go ahead.
All right. So as Haley's bringing this up, there's always a balance between, you know, immense amounts of data and bringing what's most relevant. There have been so many consolidation presentations through the years at 2 different checkpoints. We've actually put together documents that have all of the presentations together. The plan is to do that one last time so that you have a grouping of all presentations, as attempting to do one comprehensive presentation in one meeting would be excessive. And so we will have that document put together for the next meeting. So today focuses on some of the concerns expressed and the data asked for by board members as we look at consolidation. And so tonight we're going to look at several things. I'm sure you're going to have questions. We'll have much discussion regarding enrollment and capacity, fiscal impacts and startup costs, the EIR and CEQA. I'm also going to bring up things that have been brought up in the community, feasibility of a new high school and such. And so we'll get into all those topics. And I don't think this is a presentation where I would recommend you save your questions till the end, because each part is so different. It'd probably be best to kind of take it one part at a time. That's an educational, really fancy term called chunking. So I'd like to chunk this presentation. And so first we're going to look at capacity. And again, capacity numbers are always something that fluctuates when you look at current enrollments. And so I started with the current enrollment as of 2025-26. The timing of this comes at a very good time when it comes to enrollment, because we have our CBEDS Day at the beginning of October, which is our one day of the year where we actually verify and go through every single student record and submit that to the state. We know enrollment fluctuates throughout the year, naturally, right? We don't typically see wild swings in enrollment once a school year has begun. Our history has been the number of students we start with on the first day of school is typically a little bit higher than where we land. That has to do with the timing of when we start. We typically start in mid-August, and because of that, other school districts, some have not started yet. Students who have moved away have yet to inform us that they've moved away. We also get new students we weren't anticipating. That typically washes out to slight decreases from day one until we get to October. October is pretty solid as far as what our number will be for the rest of the year. So the first set of numbers we're looking at are 7th through 9th graders, again, under the potential plan of a 7 through 9 school, looking at those grade levels, okay? And there are quite a few aspects to this that I think are important. When you look at capacity of a school, part of the capacity you look at is what courses are being offered. When we looked at the capacity of Argonaut High School, originally, with the consolidation plan that was approved by the board in May of 22, that was going to be a 9th grade through 12th grade campus. So one content area in particular impacts capacity significantly, and that's physical education. So only 9th through 10th graders are required to take physical education. If you looked at our current numbers combined from both high schools, we only have 60 11th through 12th graders enrolled in a physical education class, because the majority of them have already completed. There might be a few repeaters in there. We do have some children that fail PE. It's not common, but it does happen. And then there are other students that wish to take a 3rd or a 4th year of PE, but it's not common. and only 60, like I said, combined at both schools. With the consolidated campus potentially being at Argonaut for 7th through 9th graders, all 7th through 9th graders are required to take PE, which actually helps increase the capacity of that campus because PE, one, contractually allows for larger class sizes, and two, they're not using an actual classroom space. They're using the gymnasium, the field, the multipurpose room, other outdoor and indoor spaces, but not general classrooms. And so that allows for a little bit more students to fit on the campus. And so that's part one. We also have North Star Academy, which right now is not being utilized heavily by our junior high students. We house North Star on our 2 high school campuses. The plan would be to house North Star on the junior high campus as well, providing an alternative option for 7th and 8th grade students. What has become somewhat common with our North Star students is doing a hybrid model of schooling where they may take 1 elective, maybe 2 electives in person on our comprehensive campus, and then they take the rest of their content via independent study through the North Star program, typically meeting with the teacher 1 time per week.
Mr. Critchfield, do you want us to chunk and ask questions when you're done with the slide, or just interrupt you like I'm doing right now?
Interrupt me, go ahead.
Okay. So you have said in a previous meeting, and you just explained the PE thing a little bit better, but you've said in a previous meeting that one of the factors for considering Argonaut for the junior high is that we have both the multipurpose room and the gym. Please tell me if I'm wrong, but that if we were to have to build a second gym or something on Amador campus, number one, we'd have to have the space for it. Number two, that's probably one of the most expensive type of buildings you can build. Or am I oversimplifying this?
No, you're not oversimplifying. The range of what a gymnasium would cost is honestly what all over the map. Like, what do you want? How many restrooms? What is the snack bar facility like?
Okay.
What's the capacity? I can use reference points. Sonora Elementary School put in a somewhat small multipurpose room very recently. I think it was done either a year or 2 ago, and that cost nearly $6 million. A full gymnasium, you're probably not going to get out of there under 15 to 20, and most likely higher than that.
Okay. So let me rephrase. I believe you had recommended, because previously the recommendation was Argonaut for the combined high school. But
Correct.
This one factor of PE made you think that Argonaut's a better fit for the junior high? Or again, am I oversimplifying?
So we're going to go way back to 2 different scenarios, right, for better or worse. Plan A had to do with a bond.
Right.
That would have executed multiple construction projects at Argonaut High School that would have increased the capacity of that site dramatically, allowing for 9th through 12th grade. Clearly that didn't pass, right? Then comes the COP. Can we do a smaller expansion of that campus? And as I said almost a year ago, in analyzing school construction and the costs and everything else, it did not appear that the COP would be enough as we started to explore this. And now, at this moment in time, giving the presentation, the board has already taken action to send the COP back. So looking at our current facilities as they stand, that's why this recommendation has shifted.
Thank you. I think I understand now.
Yeah. And then the 8th to 9th grade shift, I do have a reference point. You can look up private school data that's reported, how many students within the county attend a private school. Part of the shift that what we see, this does fluctuate. And so, for example, just Community Christian, which is one of our K-8 private schools in the county, as a reference point, accounted for 10 new freshmen this school year. The prior year, it accounted for 3 new freshmen. That's not all students coming from private school, but you see, when you look at our private school data, you see a drop from 8th grade to 9th grade. That's because, like Community Christian and other offerings, some private school offerings only go through the 8th grade, okay? One of the reasons being has to do with particular credentialing, right? As we get to the 9th grade, credentialing becomes more challenging, especially at a small private school, because you need a different credential to teach English and math and science and history and electives. And so what is common is some of that private school shift goes to public schooling, but not through Amador County. Mountain Oaks Charter School and Visions run out of Sacramento County are 2 common destinations for 9th graders. So one of the things that we will also be considering if we are able to consolidate is ninth graders having other options through community school and through county community, and having that as an alternative, because we know that certain students plan on attending one of our comprehensive high schools, but many who attend private, a comprehensive high school is not something that they desire. They want an alternative. And so that is something that we need to continue to explore, and not just offer North Star, but an in-person alternative through county community could be a potential option. It's kind of an overview of the junior high slide. Might be a good point to pause and see if there are any questions on this.
So another question regarding the community schools expansion. What would that entail? And I don't see that listed as one of the startup costs.
Yeah, so that would not be something I would advocate for in year one as we would build that out. We would need to do some shifting on that campus of other programs to put them in other locations to give them the physical space to be able to expand. So that would be something that would come in subsequent years.
So your plan would be to leave the community school at Independence site?
Yes.
So would that involve building of new
No.
classrooms or?
No, we have other programs on that campus that could move, that are not Independence or community school. We have adult education and we have adult transitions that we would consider moving to other locations if we consolidate.
That would then take that space?
I would then take that space, correct.
Thank you.
Can it be said that if we do move forward with this, that it's not going to be an overnight, one day we're two schools, next day we're completely consolidated and it's over. It's kind of a transition the way I'm looking at it. Like you said, you wouldn't do it year one, but maybe year two you would make some adjustments.
Yeah, and that goes back to the prior presentation about a phased approach with Ione Elementary School and those other things, right? There's only so much the system can take on at once. And so the first move that we would recommend would be the biggest move, but that's consolidating the 4 secondary schools into 2 schools. That's a massive lift.
And I've received emails from residents of Ione, and I hear you. I hear your concerns. Ione is a large city, and I think that this consolidation needs to account for that. And I'm not thinking at all that Ione would be neglected in any of this, in this plan, because there's a lot of students, there's a lot of people that live down there, and I just wanted to let you know that I do hear what you've said and what you've emailed me about.
Thank you. Okay, so looking at high school, this is where circumstances also change drastically as well. If you go back to the PE concept, right now you only have 1 grade level that needs PE. So then it's looking at available classrooms, and that's where at a prior board meeting I said we would recommend that we would move 2 additional portable classrooms over to the Amador campus to accommodate more students, and roughly figuring about 25 students per classroom, which is what shifts the capacity from the 875 to 925. The other thing though, when you look at our 10th through 12th grade enrollment, they all don't attend Amador and Argonaut presently. So using current numbers, right, we have 931 current 10th through 12th graders. However, we have 89 students who attend either North Star Academy or Independence High. Independence High in particular is heavily loaded with 11th and 12th graders, because as a credit recovery school, a student cannot transfer to Independence High until they turn 16. So you see some sophomores, because typically you turn 16, depends on when your birthday is. You can turn early in your sophomore year, sometimes late, sometimes not till the summertime between your sophomore and your junior year. And so the overall enrollment of that school is heavily skewed towards 11th and 12th graders as a credit recovery program. North Star Academy does have more of a even distribution of 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, but does skew a little bit more towards the higher grade levels. So that's not the total enrollment of those 2 schools, 89, but it's the enrollment of the 10th through 12th graders at those schools. Because for the purposes of this part of the presentation, it's to demonstrate, well, how many students would actually be on the 10th through 12th grade campus? If we started today, the answer is there on the bottom left. 842 students would be at the 10th through 12th grade campus. Now, having been the former principal of Amador High School, I have been the principal of Amador High School when we had over 800 students. So this is not a capacity that Amador has never seen before. If you go back further, prior to my time as principal, Amador actually has exceeded 900, and it actually exceeded 1,000 at one point. When it exceeded 1,000, they ran into multiple issues. You had roving teachers teaching during prep periods. You had students attending classrooms across the street at Sutter Creek Elementary. I would never advocate for getting us back into that realm. But these are what the current numbers show, and all the projected numbers, and I could have said that on the first slide, takes into consideration the sizes of the grade levels leading up to this as we follow those. They referred to in enrollment terms as a cohort. So you follow them, how many students are in 8th grade this year, how many will be in 9th grade next year, 10th grade the following. They're always estimates, right? We look at our patterns and we look at where we're at, but when you look at how many students we currently have, the fluctuation in that grade level from one year over the next typically is not large.
So, I know we're just looking at enrollment on this slide, and other issues that have been raised, such as parking, et cetera, is a separate but related issue. If you've had experience with Amador High being that high in the enrollment, is it your opinion, as a Amador High subject matter expert, that, well, at least somewhat, that access to that school from a driving standpoint, where the roads are, is better or worse than Argonaut? And do you have any numbers at all historically or projections about how many students actually drive and want to park?
Yeah, so those are great questions. I think can I save those till I get to my environmental impact slides? And
Sure, sure,
okay.
Sure.
It would be best to save those for that.
I have a question, and you can also tell me if it should wait until.
That's fine.
Different part. But you had stated that the years in which Amador had higher population, and in getting emails and talking with people who born and raised here, at any point of the increase of Amador High School's population, when did they see parking issues? Because a lot of people said that the parking issues were a problem when the population increased, meaning students were parking at the top of the field, or not the top of the field, above the stadium, and then they would have to try to navigate down to get to class, et cetera.
So I have,
like that.
Kayla might help me with the date here, because I think she was in high school when this happened, but what's referred to at Amador as the lower parking lot, that's the parking lot that sits right by the main entrance along Spanish Street and just below the tennis courts. That was installed, what year was that?
Before 2009. I can't give you an exact year, but I think it was installed sometime when I was in high school, so I want to say it was right around then. And before that, yeah, kids, they parked on Ora Madre, or they parked down Spanish Street, or they parked up at the top, and then they just walked to school. It's not like it was that far, but that is what they did typically before the lower parking lot was constructed.
In my experience at Amador, we never had an issue of requiring students to park in the stadium. We had enough parking behind the gym, lower campus, and around the backside by the pool to accommodate student drivers. Anytime I ever dealt with a student parking off campus, without getting into a lot of detail, it's because they had something in their vehicle that they shouldn't have had in their vehicle.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And that number population of, what would that be? What did you say it was? 850, 900?
Yeah, I was in the low 800s when I started. Now, again, you can't compare apples to apples either, because that included freshmen, right? Students don't start driving till at earliest their sophomore year. Many
Correct.
don't drive their sophomore year.
Right.
I was amazed. I was a kid that got my license on my 16th birthday, but I'm amazed at how many students don't get their driver's license until later on. And so we absolutely can get the numbers, back to Peter's question, from the high schools on how many student drivers are parking on campus daily.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out a time frame of when that was.
Yeah, so it would have been in that 2005 to 2008 range that I think that extra parking lot was added at Amador.
Which was about 900 students?
At that point in time, that would have been the enrollment.
So less than any of these that you're presenting?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on this, on these high school numbers? Okay. All right, so having to do with revenue and expenditures. So there was a request made on revenue generated, right? This is there's a lot of complex backup to how you arrive at this number, but ninth through 12th grade students, 7th or 8th grade students are each given a dollar value by the state on how much we were given if that student were to attend school 100% of the time, right? And so we do have a few students that might get there, but overall our attendance percentage has typically fallen between 92 and 94%. So monitoring our current attendance percentage and looking at the current enrollments, these are our projections for the amount of revenue created through the local control funding formula by each campus. I think it's also important to note the cost of special education on the county side. The county side has over $5.1 million of expenses incurred towards special education that serves district students. Now, you'll see at the bottom there 2.4 because that's taking into consideration our elementary schools as well. This is what each school essentially has to contribute to keep special education whole because this is serving all of our kids. If you combine the special ed and those other expenditure numbers, you get a revenue versus expenditure total. And you can see where we're at in revenue versus expenditures with all of our campuses. I want to pay particular attention to independence and community, in particular because of the employees that work there. I don't want any of them to think they're working at a school that is costing us too much money. This is a product of what Amador and Argonaut cannot serve. And that's not a slight on Amador and Argonaut either. But when you look at all four of those schools, that's a better way to look through that lens. Independence and community school will always be expensive to run, always. We have to have smaller class sizes, the opportunities that we provide these students. I know as a board, you attended the alternative education graduation and the number of success stories, it's phenomenal what these two schools do. So there's a part of me that didn't even want to show this slide because it can get misinterpreted like independence and community in particular aren't valued. And that's couldn't be further from the truth.
So for what it's worth, considering my middle son, Jonathan, graduated from Independence, I am deeply grateful that program exists and it does what it does.
Yes. And I would never recommend that either one of those programs would go away, and technically by statute they can't. We have to provide credit recovery. We need to apply, we need to provide a location for expelled students as well. But it comes at a cost. And that, you know, again, in just the dollars and cents of it, it's a real cost. And so you can see when you factor in all 6 of those schools, if you're wondering about North Star, because North Star is housed at Amador and Argonaut, those expenses are embedded in the revenue and expenditures of Amador and Argonaut and not called out separately. Any questions on this?
That 1.783, that looks like that deficit on the teachers.
Oh, that's, promise that wasn't planned.
Okay.
I think it was 1.732 or something.
Okay.
And it's close though. All right. Reductions, and I know a lot has been said about this. If you lay off staff, the board has to take action. So to simply say, we're just gonna lay off staff, I can't do that. I can't just simply lay off staff. It takes a board action to lay off positions. The recommendation from the beginning has always been to not lay off staff directly connected to consolidation. But looking at our history, we typically see a 15 to 20% turnover of staff year over year. Through attrition, we anticipate it will take us 2 to 3 years to get to these staffing numbers. So the point being, well, what happens in year 1 if we have more teachers than we actually need? Well, we can put them to good use through interventions and other supports teachers can provide to students besides teaching the core content and elective areas. There are plenty of helps that they could provide students as we're getting down to those numbers. So this would never, and I hope that's clear in the presentation, this was never meant to portray these would be the savings in year 1. But over time, as staffing reductions are made, then we could get to a number close to that.
Earlier tonight, we had a comment, I I believe it was from Jackson Elementary teachers, and talked about lack of support. I guess, could it be assumed that if we did consolidate, that we would be able to maybe make up that support
For other schools?
Yeah.
We haven't considered that. We'd have to look at credentialing. A single subject credentialed teacher at a high school typically cannot provide. We could explore, could they provide intervention supports because they're not the teacher of record? They couldn't go beyond that without a multiple.
I guess that specifically the VP that at Jackson L that's been discussed or been brought up numerous times.
So that would need to be someone with an administrative credential would need that.
That's what I mean, is that I guess that would be a possibility that would create an opportunity for something like that.
Are you asking if we have this, just sorry, I'm not going to interrupt, are you asking if the savings that we would generate from this would be enough to pay VPs at our larger elementary schools?
Well, that, but almost like a reassignment of other staff that, you know, we found that we had a VP that we need to find a spot for him. Hey, let's use him at Jackson L, something like that.
So you can, administrators are very different than teachers as far as like their rights year over year. So an administrator can be assigned back to a classroom teacher within their teaching credential, or they can be assigned to another campus from one year to the next. And so if that's what you're asking, yeah, I mean, those things would be considered when you look at site administrators on movement. Clearly, there would be movement because we're shifting around 4 schools to 2 with the potential of Ione Elementary having 6th graders. They're already our largest elementary. You add 6th graders back, they'll be even larger. They, in my opinion, would be first on the list to potentially receive a vice principal. And then looking at other campuses as well.
Maybe just as a overall, consolidating our schools would provide potential to take care of these needs, I would think.
Well, it helps spread out, you know, when you can focus your energy into certain locations, it can provide opportunities to provide help elsewhere, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, a long ways.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Any other questions on this?
I appreciate the clarity that it's not likely this is going to be your one savings. This is a multi-year thing. Thank you for that.
Yes, of course.
The year that this runs out, the year that this happens, you're not saying $2.1 million will be saved?
In year 1, no.
What year do you think that will be reached?
Based on just looking at our prior history and looking at, you know, resignations and retirements, 2 to 3 years.
So it'll be.
Each year we would have savings. I'm saying getting to the total number.
And then
you're gonna have savings in year 1.
Which you think will be?
I would anticipate that to be in the $700,000 to $1,000 to $1 million range, depending on resignations and retirement.
And that's only
staffing.
Staffing.
Correct. That's where we spend the majority of our funds, though, which is why the focus is on this.
And you're projecting that thereafter, year 2 or 3, it's a $2 million savings?
Correct. Annual savings.
Annual, right. Okay.
Yeah.
But the first 2 years, it's gonna be like, it's gotta get there.
Yeah.
It's got an uphill, gotta get there.
The only way to get there in year 1 would be for the board to execute layoffs, which I would not recommend. Okay, any other questions on this? All right. This obviously gets us into areas that I have very intentionally avoided, and I'm just going to call that out. Name and mascot, colors, all of those things. Yes, there was a community vote. Yes, this is a plan of what we're going to do. However, that was under a plan that we are saying at this point in time is not a plan we recommend carrying out. There is a lot more that still needs to be done, and that's gonna get in these next slides when we talk about CEQA and the EIR and those other things. There's a lot more that needs to be done to get us to consolidation. And I don't think that we should consider what we should do with name and mascot and colors until we have all these other things figured out. Now, having said that, I still wanted to include potential costs that would come from rebranding, because that was what was voted on prior, was it was a rebranding Amador County Mustangs, blue and gold, being specific about Vegas gold, comparing it more to like the Notre Dame look. That was what was voted on previously, okay? That's not what has to be done, but I think it's important to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge the first line item on there, and that's the relocation of portables. This puts into perspective the exorbitant costs of school construction. This is not buying 2 new portables. This is taking 2 existing portables that we already own, and that's the cost to move them and the infrastructure needed to place them. If we were to buy new portables, you're going to multiply that number by 2 to 3 times that. And so, again, when you look at that going, wow, that's a lot of money to move portables, it would be double or triple that to actually purchase 2 new portables and place them.
And it's anticipated that we have portables somewhere we can move. We don't.
Jackson Junior High School, the upper portion of campus has portables in good repair.
Okay.
5 of them, to be specific. So this would not even be all of the ones available at Jackson Junior High. The other thing I think that's important is additional staff time for relocating. Contractually, if we impose a move on a teacher, sometimes this happens where based on facilities, student enrollment needs, we have to make a teacher move classrooms. Any teacher or former teacher that finds out the prospect that they have to move classrooms is gonna get a little twitchy. It's a lot to move a classroom, right? It's their home away from home, sometimes more than their regular home, right? And so in our contract, we agree to pay teachers 3 days of work to move classrooms. When we're talking about consolidating, it's gonna be more than that. I've already had conversations. This is delving into a topic that would need to be negotiated, so I want to be careful about that. But I want to acknowledge that 3 days is not enough, and we would need to work through this with our labor partners on how many days would be sufficient to pay our teachers to be part of that move. I'm not talking about teachers physically moving all the boxes, but when you talk to a teacher, they don't want, I'll speak for myself. Like when I moved classrooms as a teacher, I didn't want someone else packing up my stuff. There's a method to your madness and an organization of what you do. You want to pack everything up. We want teachers to be able to pack up what they have, maintenance staff to physically move it to whatever classroom they're going to, and then the teacher would need to be back in their classroom to then make that their new home. And so that would obviously come as a cost, not an annual cost. Again, this slide is speaking of startup costs. That would need to be something necessary during the summertime as we move from not being consolidated to consolidated. So those are some of the larger expenditures that would be incurred, and again, rebranding, if it doesn't happen, those costs could go away or be drastically reduced depending on that branding. And I would anticipate we get into that much further down the road.
Just one little thought on that. I actually say amen to this, yes, as a teacher who's had to move way too many times.
It's a lot.
I'm grateful where I am now, but on my current campus, year 1, I was in this tiny little room that probably should have just been special ed. Then COVID hit, and they said, you can't fit 34 bodies in here with our imaginary distances. So they moved me past the football field to a classroom at the adjacent junior high that was fenced off. So I was one of 3 portables on the junior high campus, but it was high school students. Then they moved me to a 3rd room on campus, and then I had the short admin assignment, so I had to move for that. Then they brought me back to a different room on campus, then back to my previous room, and now finally, on my 5th move, I'm home. It's a lot, so this is absolutely crucial. May I just strongly recommend that in the planning, as much as possible, we group teachers who are of the same subject matter together to increase collaboration, spontaneous conversation, and subject matter, cohesion, because that's huge. If you can actually, this is the first time in my current location that I'm actually near the other English teachers, right? And it's a big deal because we are able to
Yes.
riff off each other, help each other. And so I don't know to what extent that can really be possible at our existing facilities, but to whatever extent it can, that should be the case, where at least at the high school level, you get to work near people who teaching similar things to you.
That will absolutely be the plan, Peter, because I agree completely about that particular collaboration. Having taught Spanish at Amador with another teacher, being next door to that teacher was critical, because as teachers, you have bits and pieces of time where you can discuss, and sometimes you only have 5 minutes, and if they were on the other side of campus, there's not time for that. And so absolutely grouping them as best we can, given our current facilities. When they teach electives, right, the elective's gonna dictate where they're located because the facility goes with it. But when you're talking English and math and history, classes of that, like that, absolutely the goal would be to group those teachers together.
Awesome.
All right, environmental review. So these two slides, it's hard to present the two independently, so I'm gonna try to go through this on where we're at. A lot has been said, obviously, about the EIR, okay? And how the process was not completed. So I'm gonna talk about that directly first. Part of the challenge that we've been dealing with as we're doing this transition is currently we have an active, approved board resolution that states that we will consolidate grades 9 through 12 at Argonaut High and grades 7 and 8 at Amador High, which was approved in May of '22, which, to be honest, there are days that feel like it was yesterday and there are days that feel like it was a couple lifetimes ago, with May of '22. The EIR is connected to that project. The recommendation that we'll be bringing forth on November 12th is not the end-all be-all final vote that will ever take place on consolidation. And if it's been portrayed that way or interpreted that way, I apologize. But what we need to do on November 12th, or what I will recommend, is that the first step we have to do is we have to undo that resolution. Because we've already very openly discussed, and the board has given me direction that plan is not possible. So that resolution needs to be undone. What the work that has been done for the EIR can then shift toward this new project. Because if you look at what's required under CEQA, there are other aspects of CEQA outside of an environmental impact report that the data and the studies that have been done can inform us. One of those being a potential mitigated negative declaration. There are multiple aspects to CEQA requirements, and I'm gonna just take a step back real quick to talk about CEQA and EIR, because often CEQA and EIR get used as interchangeable terms. They're not. CEQA is the California Environmental Quality Act, and there are all these rules and regulations that fall under them. And an environmental impact review can be triggered under CEQA. But just because an environmental impact review isn't triggered doesn't necessarily mean you're completely in the clear. You might have to do a mitigated negative declaration, or apply for an exemption. I'll use an example of exemptions. So over the course of several years, we found out that a special ed grant for construction of special ed facilities had been awarded to the district. When I was CBO, we received a letter from CDE stated, your grant has been awarded. And I went, what grant? That was the first thing I've asked. Well, it was a grant that had been applied for 9 years prior and 2 or 3 CBOs prior, okay? And so we had been told 9 years earlier, yes, you get the grant, but it's not funded yet. So then we received this letter stating, you've been awarded this grant. So we dig into it. This is awesome, okay? It's gonna be a facility at Argonaut and a facility at Plymouth Elementary. Then we were told, you do have one more, Jackson Junior, it's yet to be funded. About 6 or 8 months later, we got another letter saying that that had been funded. So we moved forward with construction projects at those 3 campuses. Because they fell under the 25% capacity threshold of increasing your classroom capacity by more than 25%, and because it was deemed these are not connected to any major enrollment shifts or changes, we applied for an exemption under CEQA, and that was granted. So that was it. There was no other environmental process that we had to go through to then construct those buildings. So then all the attention shifted toward the Division of State Architect. And anytime we construct a building on a campus or move a portable or whatever, you have to go through a process of submitting architectural plans to the state architect and having those approved, having then an inspector that is a DSA, Division of State Architect approved inspector that inspects down to being at the concrete plant when they're pouring the foundations, watching them fill the concrete truck with said concrete, all the way to pouring the foundation. So the inspector's heavily involved given all these state requirements. So once we went through that exemption, CEQA now is essentially off the table, and we just move forward with construction. Given what we know, based on the studies been done in the environmental review, I can't say this with any level of certainty, but it appears that we will probably fall under what's referred to as a mitigated negative declaration, which would confirm any impacts of the new consolidation plan, and then essentially look at transportation and a transportation demand management plan, parking, traffic flows, and all of that. So the reason that the environmental impact report should not be completed is it's connected to a project that more than likely the board will shift away from. However, the work being done is all under CEQA, so that work can then be applied to analyzing this. So what the recommendation would be for the board to do is to undo the resolution and say we're considering going for a 7, 9, 10, 12 model, but we need to flush out EIR, mitigated negative declaration, and all of those options first, do the public review periods, all the approvals necessary, and once we say this is our path, then the board would be presented with the, I hate calling it a final resolution, but with the resolution that states we will be consolidating on these campuses on this date. So that process could take several months more to do. And so I'll be more prepared at the next meeting to talk about potential timelines for when we could consolidate under this. But I want to make sure I'm clear that all of that work for the EIR was not, fruitless in nature. It's going to provide us with critical data, in particular around traffic, right? To be able to inform us on, does a mitigated negative declaration apply in this circumstance? Preliminary look at it says yes, but I don't want to say that with any certainty. We have to dive into this deeper and ensure that that's the route to go before we do that. Because again, clearing CEQA laws, like I just mentioned, the easiest path would be an exemption, like we did with those 3 buildings, and the most strenuous path being a full environmental review. But then you have the mitigated negative declaration sitting there in the middle of those 2 that may be necessary in this circumstance. That's a lot of information.
So it seems like you're hinting that you have, or someone has, whether the county level, wherever it is, at least some idea of some of the findings in order to say what you're saying right now, that it seems to be, it might be this.
Well, and many of the findings have already been published. We did a full draft EIR public review already.
Okay.
And then the board came back and approved deeper studies into hydrology, traffic, and biology and paleontology.
So are those deeper studies available, or no, not yet?
So the traffic is, we did not fully complete the hydrology or the biology as we were shifting away, because that cost money. And so we did not fully complete those. And that's where, as we investigate this, what we've already done in those realms is probably enough under the mitigated negative declaration, but I can't say that with certainty yet.
Well, I don't want to oversimplify, because yes, the planet's important and we need to be, green friendly or whatever, but traffic's the piece I'm personally most interested in.
Okay.
I would love to see some of that information as soon
Fair
as
enough.
possible.
I agree with that. I believe I was the raised concern regarding traffic
You have.
immediately.
Yep.
At that site and even Argonaut, so that's important to see.
And that word is critical, right? Mitigated negative declaration. Like if we go this path, just because we're not doing an EIR doesn't mean we take zero mitigation measures. There may be mitigation measures, in particular revolving around traffic, like I mentioned here, a transportation demand management plan that has to be crafted in order to deal with the impacts of the changes on these campuses.
Who puts that plan together?
We would need help.
Right, because we're not traffic plan experts, right?
Oh, I'm not.
Right.
I know a lot more about traffic than I thought I ever would, but I am definitely not in a
Right.
position to write a transportation demand management plan.
At some point, the way the presentation is laid out, it looks like it's being proposed that Amador would be the high school, Argonaut would be the junior high. Is there any kind of, side-by-side comparison that we can get that could show the plus and minuses of flipping that?
So we can go back a couple months ago, I did that presentation on the square footage and facilities and all that. I think the data in there is what really informs it, and even though I didn't have it in my presentation, Mr. Gale put me on the spot, and that's fine, with, well, what does this speak towards when you talk about gymnasium size of elective facilities and others? That's where my opinion had shifted towards Amador being more appropriate for 10th through 12th grade.
And I guess I was going back, riding the traffic train. I think it's important to look at what the impacts of traffic would be if it wasn't high school. I know I see Mr. Gedney's in the audience.
Yes.
I don't know if we've had any discussions with the county to get any updates on what the status is or how many years down the road Wicklow Way is, but.
Yeah, we met with Mr. Gedney yesterday as well,
Oh,
and we
okay.
need to engage much more through this process with him. That's why it's important, though, on the 12th, the board shouldn't take action to say, this is the junior high, this is the high school. The board needs to take action to undo the old resolution and say, this is what we're considering doing, but we got to go through this CEQA process first, because there will be more data that can help inform you as a board, traffic data in particular, that may help us lean more heavily towards which sites should be the high school and which sites should be the junior high.
So you basically clean the slate so we can kind of get a fresh start, I guess.
Correct, but with data that we've already acquired, so we don't have to go back and
Yeah,
collect
yeah,
all
okay.
this data. Yeah, absolutely.
I have I don't know if it's a question, comment. Mr. Crow asked for the comparison side by side, and my brain immediately went to your presentation regarding the square feet of Amador.
Yeah. 101,000 versus
Right.
80,000, right?
Right, but with that, where my brain also went was, and I think somebody touched on it in public comment, I don't know who or what, but I was like, oh, wow, yeah, for sure. I feel that we are forced to, how do I say this? I feel that we are forced to locate these comparisons and data connections so far apart with their presentations. And for me, that's way too much.
Yeah, and I think what we can do.
Like, we're talking how many years ago? Well, yeah, I presented that, back in 1933, remember?
James, the file folder on my computer for consolidation documents, I can get lost in it.
Right.
To be honest with you, there's a lot in there, right?
For sure.
So absolutely for the 12th and beyond is combining presentations to put them in one location for a revisit and a review absolutely needs to occur. But that's the balance with, on the flip side, right? The feedback from the board was the original plans was too much too fast. And so there was all this information thrown at the board all at once, and that had a negative consequence as well, where it was
sure.
drinking from a fire hose, right?
Right.
So yeah, we can absolutely do that, James. And especially with what's most relevant, sifting through all of the past presentations and consolidation, because there have been many.
I can understand and I can see how you would be like, I did that. I get it, man. I do.
But I was a teacher. I said that every day.
Right.
We did that. Hola, ¿cómo estás? We did that.
Bien, ¿y tú?
Right? So like that's fine. We can, if we need to revisit, absolutely.
Right. For sure. I think the time that has gone by with all the data that has been dropped down, we're forced to try to recollect that.
Okay, so that's fair. Yeah, we can definitely look at compiling to help.
And when comparisons are asked, like, I think if you need to present it with 1933 data to today's data, do that, right?
Okay.
The comparison so that at least I'm not confused.
Well, yeah, and that goes back to like Shane's question, like, well, we need to, I also don't want to reinvent every time something comes up. So that's why I bring up past presentations is, can we look at it and then do we need to add to it or clarify from something that we've already done?
Yeah.
Because that's I don't know if I want to necessarily call it a benefit, but having so many consolidation presentations, have we already touched on this topic?
Probably.
Did we not do a good enough job at the time? Like, or do we need to now that we know more, do we need to clarify that? Probably on some of those. So, but I mean, they're a good starting point to look at what's already been presented and already done.
And I also feel, and I want to make the point where presentations that were done prior to you are hard for me as a board member to stick with only because of what has happened.
Okay.
I personally don't want to be a part of a road or a lane from past administrations.
Okay.
Not to say that we got to create our own, because God knows how difficult that's going to be, but it's just so, it's out there that it's difficult for me to jump on any road that was created or traveled upon by past.
Okay, that's fair. I live here, coach here, have kids here. Some people talk to me about consolidation. Other people see me and they walk the other way. I wish everyone would come talk to me. I'm happy to talk to anybody. So I'm just gonna base some things off of what I hear. I know as board members, you hear different things. Staff come to me and say different things. I don't think, I have no idea what size of group feels like, well, why don't we just build a new high school? It's come up enough in my own conversations and with staff and with board that I just wanted to take an opportunity to address it. With this one main caveat, I'd love to call Elon and say, build us a new high school. That'd be awesome. Like, that would be fantastic. School construction, this is an editorial comment. What we have to pay seems almost criminal. It's insane, the level of requirements, the Cal Green Act requirements that are being instituted, and every other overbuild, including stating things like Sutter Creek is in a snow zone. That's on the Division of State Architect maps, where I have sat with them and they have argued with me that Sutter Creek is in a snow zone. And I've tried to explain that I've lived almost my entire life in Amador County. And to worry about 1 to 2 feet of snow sitting on the roof of a gymnasium at Amador High School seems absurd. Yet we have to follow those rules. There are so many factors I could get into on what drives the cost of school construction up that it's frustrating, okay? But I do want to provide some examples and just some realism behind, well, what would happen if we tried to build a brand new high school, okay? First off, has been well documented, we have not passed a bond since 2002, okay? Our current bonding capacity, you can't just ask for whatever you want when you go for a general obligation bond. You have to look at the assessed value of your homes. We had a very recent report in July from our county assessor, Jim Rooney, saying that there's been essentially no growth in overall assessments in the county that he gave us in July. Our bonding capacity then sits at approximately 75 to 80 million. So if we went for a bond, which by the way would have to be done in an even numbered year based on election rules, so that would have to be done in an even numbered year. If we went for a bond, the most that we could acquire, and again, we would need 55% of the vote, is 75 to 80 million. So I was, doing some research like, okay, well, building a high school is very different than building an elementary school, right? It's gonna be more expensive. Gymnasiums, elective spaces, things like that cost more. And so this is again, just through my own lived experience. My daughter on Argonaut soccer team last year in the first round of the playoffs played River Islands. I've been involved in CIF so long, I went, River Islands, I've never even heard of this school. And so I started doing some research. Well, it was a brand new school last year, opened with 248 students, okay? The goal is to eventually have 1,800 students on this campus, okay? So it's not like for like. However, their cost to build phase 1 was 150 million. Phase 2 includes a second gymnasium, another two-story classroom building, and other things to get there. When all is said and done, they're probably gonna be at 250 million to build that high school, okay? It's crazy.
How many classrooms does Amador have?
35?
35, okay. So East Union High School, Manteca Unified, just finished our two-story building, and it has 31 classrooms and a downstairs media center. And that's where I hang out now. I get to sweat to the oldies by going up and down the stairs every day. So much fun. Anyway, I haven't seen the exact document of proof, but what I've been told is that one building, that one two-story building with 30 classrooms, and don't get me wrong, it's nice, super grateful, it's amazing, $60 million.
I believe it.
One building.
I believe it. So another thing that I think is important to note with River Islands is they ended up not paying 150 million. That's what it was going to cost them to construct. But it sits in a neighborhood that will, in the end, have almost 1,800 homes. And the city and the county and the other governments involved were able to work with the developer, and the developer built phase 1 of that school for a cost of 72 million. Okay? Now, I've never met a developer that didn't make profit. So when you look at that, how did they do it for 72 million? Well, they can actually, if a developer built school can stay outside of some of the regulations that we fall under to be able to build a school at a cheaper cost, which is great. But while we have had developments here, they haven't been large enough to be able to squeeze a developer to then make them build a school for us. Because the developer still needs to be profitable. But I guarantee you, when you're building almost 1,800 homes, if you're building a brand new high school, I would imagine that they could tack on a pretty significant increase to the cost of each one of those homes when they sell them as, and oh, by the way, you'll be at this brand new high school, right? And so again, this is just one example, but, unfortunately, my last bullet point, I still stand by, and given all these realities, constructing a new high school is just not feasible at this time. Any other questions about that? Because I know some of you have brought this up to me because members of the public have gone to you asking about, what about a new high school?
I've had some members of the community, some prominent members of the community say that exact phrase, saying if we could build a new school, we could get the community behind us, but financially, I don't know how we would ever get there, and I've said that, and I still don't know how we'd ever get there. And I've asked this before, what is the distance between Argonaut and Amador? It was like 4 miles? 4 miles.
Like that, I have to Google it, but it's
and I don't know if you've done this before, are there any other districts where they have two high schools that close to proximity?
Maybe in the city?
I Googled it the other day and I saw one I think it was in Sacramento, and they had 4 high schools and they're all within I think the farthest was 7 and the other one was 1 mile, and they consolidated 4 high schools into one.
Yeah.
And
I don't know.
I don't know if you've presented that before, I know I'm probably getting some daggers thrown at me right now, but
We were just at Bradshaw Christian in Sheldon, is a stone's throw away.
As private public, right?
Yeah, well then,
Two public high schools, though, that close together? I mean, I'm sure there are,
on that
right?
street, there's probably 3.
I'd love to know the population density differences, right?
Yeah.
And having schools that.
I've said this before, when I moved here, I didn't realize that there were 2 high schools this close. I thought one was like a community college, just because I didn't go there, and I was shocked. So it's just something that I wasn't expecting when I moved here.
Yeah, and I also put this on here too, because I want community members to know, we're not ignoring this concept. It's just, if you're outside of the world of school construction, when you look at numbers like this, the average person is like, are you kidding me? Like 120 to 180 million to build a new high school? Yeah, that's a realistic cost.
And you can figure 5% minimum increase yearly.
The last 3 years, the construction increases in school construction have actually been closer to 10 to 12 each year, but yeah, minimum 5.
So, fun fact, I'd never thought of it in those terms before. So again, my bias where I work, right, Manteca Unified. Manteca Unified does also take in a portion of Stockton Western Ranch and also has some rural areas all mashed together, whatever. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe, comprehensive high schools. And the population of the city of Manteca is 85,000 people, give or take. And our average distance is 5.25 miles apart from each other. Some a little bit closer, some a little bit further. But because it has the population density, at my school, which is one of the smallest ones, we have 1,600 students. Manteca High has 2,000, et cetera, right? Yeah, you have to have the population density if they're gonna be that close together.
We need to extend the time a little bit.
Oh, my hour wasn't enough, I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't. It's okay.
What do you recommend, 30?
I'm on my last slide.
Okay, just go for 30 so I don't have to do it again.
I move to extend the time 30 minutes because I talk too much.
Second.
And the vote, Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
So I've pretty much already stated this, but, the board vote on November 12th is would be the first step in multiple steps towards a new direction, but really would revolve and be focused on the recommendation of undoing the prior resolution and the board giving direction on exploring this new option without fully approving the new option. I want to be clear on that, but saying it would basically be, we believe this is the best option, but under all these CEQA requirements and other factors need to be explored further prior to the board taking final action on a resolution to combine the schools. And so that will happen at our next meeting on November 12th. Any other questions or things that you feel like need to be covered?
For me personally, I agree with them. I think I know, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but have all of this data kind of side by side. I think a side by side comparison is a good idea even if you just bring it back and you can make one kind of comprehensive thing that we can kind of go through somewhat quickly since we've already seen this data. But I think another thing that is missing though is kind of like the full picture of what it would look like if we were to consolidate, and that includes elementary campuses and all of those things. I think that has to be part of this because I don't have a full picture of what the layout of the land right now, if this was to go through.
Yeah, and again, with the board not taking a full action next meeting.
Right.
Wouldn't necessarily be having all of that ready by next meeting, right? It would be building to that, but we absolutely can look at elementary schools. I mean, tonight I mentioned alternative programs and what's going on there. I think there's more that we could lay out to help give you the full picture. Is that kind of what you're leaning towards?
Yeah, I just feel like I definitely can't vote on the plan in full if I don't have the full picture.
Yeah,
So
Agreed. But again, like I said, with the CEQA requirements that are triggered under all this, even next board meeting, there's no way we're gonna have all of that.
Sure. But I do agree, sorry, I do agree though with, I think if I have to hear the term cart before the horse like one more time, I might just like lose my mind. But to be fair, I think that is something that's a fair argument. And so I do appreciate doing this differently than the first time. I think we need to go that route. I think it's just the only way you can do it. I've said this before. I feel as if the last process, and I don't want to keep beating this up, is that it felt, and I think it felt that way to the community also, adversarial in some ways, and that isn't the approach that I have wanted to see from it. I don't think that that's the approach that's been taken, so I appreciate that. I think that some of our community partnerships were not well served the last time this happened, and so I know that we've already started to have some meetings with some of those community partners, and I think that they've gone well, or at least better than previous meetings, and so I would really like to continue that trend and just kind of going down that route, ensuring that whatever action is taken appropriately. And so that's where I'm at.
This was just a discussion item.
Can I also ask a question? I mean, maybe it can be presented, I don't know. It's tough for me also to make a vote. Hearing what you just told Kayla, I'm thinking, so what are we gonna be voting on the next meeting? I feel like if I can't see it, I shouldn't vote on it. With that being said,
okay, sorry.
With that being said, that to me also means like, let's say I choose to be on the board again and run and take the seat for another term. Well, that puts me out as a board member 2030. Can you tell me what it's gonna be looking like in 2030?
So specifically to the board action, right? The main board action next meeting would be undoing the prior resolution.
Okay.
And then it would be giving us direction on digging in even deeper to the 7, 9, 10, 12 model with all the CEQA requirements attached to it. I can't come back to you and ask you to vote on the plan until all of that is encapsulated first. And that has to be utilizing the data we've already done through the EIR that was started, and then now using that to look at this new model, because that piece is a big piece of the whole picture that I think you're talking about to vote. So another way to say this is, next board meeting, you're not voting, that will be consolidating come hell or high water. Mm-hmm. That's not what you'll be voting on.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way to put it. Okay.
So I just want to, sometimes I feel like I just need to hear myself talk to like understand it. I
all
know,
do that.
sorry. So what you're saying is next board meeting, we aren't going to be voting, that we are consolidating and this is what we're doing and this is the high school we're doing it and this is how we're doing it. What we should be voting on is to undo the plan for the Argonaut High School, to move the 10 through 12 to Argonaut High School, and then 9 through 12, sorry, and Amador be the junior high, because we've already discussed this a million times. It was not financially feasible, and it certainly isn't after we literally just voted to give back all the money that we were going to use for that project.
Correct.
Okay, number one. Number two would be that we should be using the EIR that we've already paid for, a lot of money for it, to use that information to make sure that we are following all the appropriate steps for transportation and
Under
environmental stuff, if you will.
Which may not
With the
be
current plan.
a new EIR. It
No.
could be a mitigated negative declaration or
Sure.
something else.
But using that EIR, and then at some point, that EIR will be made public, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it may not be an EIR. It may be a mitigated negative declaration, but CEQA findings and studies get wrapped up in multiple ways. So whatever direction is given, that's what we will do. And that informs, that's a big piece to the whole picture that James is referring to. That would all need to be done, and then the board votes on,
If that plan's actually gonna
resolution.
work, or if it's gonna be like, oh, hey, you have to build like 8 new stoplights on highway, whatever, 49, and then we can't do that.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you help me with one thing so I'm not laying in bed beating myself up until 5 a.m.? So voting to, I don't remember the fancy word with the COP, getting rid of?
Defeasance.
Defeasance. Defeated. I'm thinking in my head with the steps and describing what is happening and gonna happen, and was that COP money only for the Argonaut situation in detail?
When it was first laid out, no. It was for Argonaut and the transition of Ione Elementary School to the Ione Junior High campus. Those would be the two main areas of focus. For
sure.
Because under that plan, Amador was gonna be the 7-8 school. Amador could be the 7-8 school right now. You don't have to do anything to make it the 7-8 school, but obviously Argonaut's not ready to be the 9-12 school. So the money was focused on those two campuses in particular, converting Ione Junior to an elementary school and getting Argonaut the capacity needed and the facilities needed to be a 9-12 campus.
And I know the vote's already the vote, and the COP money could not be used for anything that we could potentially be moving forward with.
It could have been. Because of the way the COP was written, more broadly around consolidation, if down the road, we did get through all these steps that we've talked about and we were consolidating 7, 9, 10, 12, we could have used those COP funds at Amador and at Argonaut to get them ready.
Right.
But again, payments are coming due and financial constraints. And so would it be nice to have the 15 million to improve those campuses? Absolutely.
Right.
But realistically, it's just not feasible. And that's why we recommended to send it back.
I feel that this presentation should have been before that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'll sleep better tonight.
Okay. All right, that's all I have on this.
Okay. That was just a discussion item, so everyone can rest well after that this evening. We don't have any board policy updates, so we're gonna go on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, I should have said at the beginning of the meeting, I want to excuse Peyton, one of our student board members. She had a very good excuse. She was playing in a high school volleyball playoff game tonight. So, anyway, so they played there. I did find out, unfortunately, Amador lost, but they had a great season. So anyways, that's why Peyton was not here this evening. We definitely excuse her absence from this board meeting so she could, as she's a big part of the Amador volleyball team. It's big game week, and just as luck would have it, big game is on Halloween. Right? And so Argonaut High is prepared to host. A lot of things are in motion getting ready, including even having some Halloween festivities for many of the children that will be there that are more of the trick-or-treating age that will not be trick-or-treating because their families are attending the game. We have rallies tomorrow night for Amador High, Thursday night for Argonaut High. If you're interested in attending, just let me know and I can give you more information on those rallies. I'm sure Claire will talk more about Argonauts in her presentation. And I just, in particular, want to thank our labor partners for getting these agreements done. I know that there's still more work that needs to be done, but it was critical that we were able to get these approved. And thank you, board, for approving them tonight, for our labor partners for getting them not only tentative agreements, but going through the ratification process is challenging for them, and they had to go through that on their own prior to the board action. So having all of those things done prior to payroll hitting this Friday was a massive lift all the way around. And so I just want to express my thanks to them and to also our other unrepresented employees who represented themselves tonight and laid out their current status, which I think was important for the board to hear. That's all I have.
Thank you. Claire?
I'll try to keep this short, but so for ASB, we have our downtown rally on Thursday. at 7, where we'll recognize football and cheer, as well as our class floats that are decorated according to the song genre that they've chosen for our theme. And each class has been diligently working on these floats to hype up for the big game on Friday. And then our junior class has also designed big game shirts and sweatshirts associated with our theme, with the slogan, "The Sound of Victory." And we're probably going to sell them during Downtown Rally and the big game. And then on Friday, during the school day, we have a big game rally. So we're gonna have the cheerleaders perform, and we're gonna recognize all the football players and just get it super hyped up for the big game that following night. And as Mr. Critchfield said, it's on Halloween, so we will be having a trunk or treat. So if you have a stadium parking spot, bring candy for the kids who have to stay and watch the games. And JV's at 5:15 and varsity's at 7:30. And then on November 3rd, myself and my fellow ASB officers are going to meet with the Lions Club to plan and organize a dinner fundraiser together to raise money for our Castle Conference in April. And if this does work out, I'll definitely tell you guys more about the fundraiser because it'll be a good dinner. But if you don't know what Castle is, it's a leadership conference for those in ASB or leadership to develop and enhance their leadership skills. And we get to attend workshops and keynote speakers. Last year, I think it's in Ontario every year, I think. But I went the past 2 years, and I think it's really beneficial and fun. And then for FFA, today at 3 in the morning, several of our FFA students and our 3 advisors flew to Indianapolis to attend the 98th Annual FFA National Convention, where they get to see and hang out with FFA members from across the country. And I attended this last year, and it was super fun, and I'm glad that our chapter got to go again and get these funds to keep going. And then for sports, for football, our current league record is 3-3, which is hopefully 4-3 on Friday after the big game. And volleyball ended their season last week after their game against Amador with the league record of 5-9. And then cross country and the community just participated in the Motherlode Monster Dash, where they had a costume contest and everything, where all of those proceeds went to the Argonaut cross country program to help build up their funds for future events. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Peter?
First, thank you for being here. It's not easy. These are long meetings, and you are a trooper, and I deeply appreciate what you bring, and your voice matters. So thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm deeply grateful for the positive tone. A couple of the people in the audience were brave enough to get up and say they are for consolidation. And those who were in the audience chose to be polite and validate and clap and, as they say, was it Legally Blonde, whatever, snaps for so-and-so, because they shared their viewpoint. And I appreciate that as a part of our Amador community spirit, that we validate each other speaking up to say what we need to say. I know I've been harping on a great deal about how we've got to be fiscally responsible and more efficient. So I did, although he didn't mention this particular tiny little kernel, I did reach out to Mr. Critchfield what he was basing the 13 staff members on, and he said that he did take the time, or had his staff take the time to do essentially a master schedule to try to be as accurate as possibly can, and that would bring us around 26, 27 students per teacher, give or take, per class period, which is well below the 30 threshold. So personally, as a teacher who, again, has been doing this for 28 years, the most difficult classrooms I've ever taught have been not when I had too many students, but when I didn't have enough. There is a kind of creative energy that happens when you get enough bodies in the room and get the conversations going that is just different, that's fundamentally different. And so for the issues of potentially saving, eventually, the $2 million plus the $1 million, getting rid of the $1 million COP payment, whatever. And I know this is way oversimplifying, but that's approximately 5% of our budget. That $3 million is almost 5% of our budget, which means we can get back into being fiscally responsible and not in the area of qualified, let alone being negative. So that is exciting to be fiscally responsible. But that's not why we're considering this. We're doing this because it's what's best for kids. And not to make perhaps wildly inappropriate analogy, but just to try to share some of my thinking a little bit, a lot of people were very surprised that this past election that President Trump won. And diving into the data a little bit with some of my students, it was amazing to find out that there was not one single county in the entire United States that increased in the number of people voting Democrat than the prior election, which is really weird. It's like the whole country shifted a certain direction. And so my point is, the analogy I'm trying to make is, we have some very dedicated people that come out to these meetings and express themselves, and I appreciate that. But we all know that the number of people who come out here to these, even on those meetings where we sat for 2 hours and really tried to listen in, is still the vast minority of the people we represent. So I also know I'm new, and maybe I haven't earned your trust yet, and people don't bother to email me because, you know, he's that new guy who doesn't know anything or whatever their reason might be. But based on the emails I've received, it is about a rough ratio of about 10 to 1 of people who want consolidation and think it's what's best for kids educationally, for learning, than there are who are against it. So I'm inviting anybody out there who wants, you know, to bend my ear, please keep the emails coming. No, I don't respond to all of them. I'm still trying to learn appropriate protocols. And when they include Ms. Parker, since she kind of speaks for us, I don't reply. And if I need to be directed differently, then I'll happily do that. But I try to respect the process as much as possible and let her handle those sorts of replies. But I guarantee you, I read everything, I think about everything. Your voice matters. These students matter. I believe in this leadership team. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Ken?
I want to start off with, I'm just glad we came to agreements with the 4 bargaining units. It's probably not everything they wanted, but it was everything the district could give. And I think it's going to lessen the pain a little bit. There's still pain, and that's very unfortunate. Healthcare costs across the board are going up. I know what healthcare costs are doing across the board doesn't matter to this group because it's affecting us. So that's kind of how people just naturally look at things. But I think we did the best we could. And I'm glad we're not closing the books on looking at this. As far as consolidation, at the beginning of this week, I thought on November 12th, we were going to be voting whether we're going to do consolidation or not. I like the fact that we've stepped back a little bit and, you know, we're going to unwind the 9 through 12 portion of the EIR and then substitute this newer plan 7, 9, 10, 12 and be able to roll it into the same EIR. So hopefully we don't have to do that whole process again. But we completely 100% need to understand the traffic impact. Because, you know, people are flippant with, oh, somebody's going to die, somebody's going to die. Well, somebody could, and if we haven't done every single thing we can, then it falls on us. I appreciate the fact that, Jared, at our next meeting, you're going to kind of bring together a whole bunch of the different things that have been discussed over time. I do know that some of the questions I had that I don't believe have been addressed is I would like to see just an idea of what the consolidation class offerings and the curriculum is going to be. What more are our students going to be able to undertake that they're not now? Why is it better for them? You know, because I firmly believe that all the kids in one school, from a social standpoint, putting sports to the side, because I know that's a huge issue, but I think times are different than when I went to high school here. We did not like Jackson. And then we did not like Argonaut. But these kids now, they're all friends. So why shouldn't they go to school together? I mean, no, we're chuckling, but it was very different. You know, Amador and Argonaut, and the two shall not mix. So I think the times have changed on that. I would like to see a little bit discussion on how the coaching is going to work. Well, some of the coaches that aren't doing their traditional sports now, whether it be newer sports they're doing. I know we touched on the last presentation. I would really like to see, just for the people, well, for my own good and for the people in Ione, a 3-year plan for what we're expecting of those 2 campuses. Because the sentimental attachment that the people in Ione have for these campuses is unbelievable, and I think we owe it to them to let them know what our plan is. Are any of the schools, I mean, I know we're down the road, we're talking about Ione Elementary possibly closing, but what schools are actually going to close? I had originally thought that Jackson Junior High was closing also, but now I'm under the understanding that there might be some other programs moved to that campus, maybe a layout of that. Right now, Argonaut and Amwater both have principals and vice principals. How is that going to be handled? As well as the Jackson Junior High staff and the Ione Junior High staff. How are people going to be reassigned? Is it going to be a tenure situation where whoever has the most time in the district gets the class they want? And this is a lot. I'm not expecting it next meeting, but since we're somewhat, for lack of a better terms, kicking the can down the road a little bit, we can get some answers to some of these. So yeah, I just want to make sure before myself or anybody else on the board is expected to make a decision on consolidation, that we do, as Peter mentioned, make sure it's what's best for the kids and their offerings, and what consolidations is not just going to do for them now, but what it's going to help do for them down the road. That's my expectation before I would be expected to make a vote. That's it. And thank you for the presentation. We're getting a drink of water through a fire hose over the last couple of weeks, and these 3 board members have been getting it for years. So at least now we're kind of narrowing down the process, and I think you are taking into consideration all the people that come up and speak at the dais, because that's a hard thing to do. And we need to hear them. So thank you.
I too am glad to see that there was success in the agreements that we're here for tonight. And it's not the end. I think we still need to keep trying to make improvements where we can. And the stories we heard tonight, they're really hard to hear. And I think we need to do whatever we can just to bring equality to everyone that works for the district. As far as consolidation, I have received a majority of the contacts I've received have been for the consolidation. I received from educators and coaches thinking or stating that they felt that this is what was needed. And again, if you feel for or against, please continue to reach out. I do look forward to getting the next wave of information, and maybe it's a I guess a review process of what's been presented, and maybe as far as just reintroducing it to the public as well as us. Finally, I do want to make a comment about what I commented at the last school board meeting. At no point would I ever disparage any parents or people that come to the school board meetings. The point of my comments was to, I guess, provide a voice for those that don't have a voice, and that was the purpose of it. And I will say that I guess I look forward to the new faces that will be at the next SELPA meeting in December. Thank you.
I don't have a report or anything really to say except for way to hang in there, Claire.
I'm going to keep it short. It's been a rough, 36 hours with my children being sick and all these things going on. So, and it's also really late and I want to go to bed. But I will say I appreciate the presentation. I know that it looks like a simple presentation, but I have been working with Jared a lot, trying to incorporate what board members are asking for, public is emailing and asking for, and the answers to these things, and it's not always a super simple process to be able to just lay that out there. I know that some people will get this, you know, joke or whatever, but it's like word vomit when it just keeps coming, and that's what can happen when you have so much information and so much data and things like that. And so in order to kind of put that into a more digestible form is also a really big undertaking. So sometimes something looks really simple, like, oh, he just gave us 5 slides. Okay, but how long and how many lines of Excel can you actually look at before it becomes just too much? And for me personally, I can't look at stuff like that. It doesn't register for me. It makes it really hard. I need a big picture, and of course I can get down in the details. But so I do appreciate a presentation like that. I said it before, I appreciate having some productive conversations with community partners. I think that went well, and we will continue to do that. I think that it's really important that no matter which route we go, whichever way that the chips fall, that it needs to be your own. It needs to be this board's, not of the past. I'm at the point now where I am over talking about it to a certain extent, because I just feel like it's just constant, well, this happened and this happened and this happened, and that is correct, that did all happen. It did all happen, nobody can say that it didn't. However, at some point we are gonna have to say, okay, yeah, that sucked, we didn't like that, we didn't do a great job, whatever it might be, but we do have to move forward with some, I don't know what it is, but we do have to move forward with something at some point or another. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I think that next time, I think that not just voting on this is what we're doing consolidation is the way that we should do that. I think that having the direction to move forward with the appropriate steps first before we jump into that vote is the way to go. And so I think that's where we should go. With that, our next meeting is going to be November 12th here. Open session, closed session starts at 5:30, open session at 6:30. And with that, we are adjourned, and there is no county meeting, so that's it.